see, this is hail fog from the cold. Meeting all the warm, moist air. Very, very low visibility right now. out. That could be problematic. Anybody? Okay. Now I can't turn in. I guess this chase is over. Maybe get around to this neighborhood. Don't you even think about it. four-way bridge and they just went and now they're stuck in the middle. Like, how stupid can you be? See, they're talented enough to back up the entire way without hitting. Some sort of dark colored Honda Civic that did that.
because there is rotation embedded within this line of storms. This is the line that is just now beginning to get organized, that is going to sweep through all of North Texas later this afternoon and this evening. In fact, let's go back briefly here. I want to go back to my weather computers, Weather Source 1, and show you the timeline here. Moderate risk of severe weather across much of North Texas for the remainder of this afternoon and this evening. That's a 4 on the 1 to 5 scale. So the last time we saw a moderate risk here in the Metroplex was back in April of 2020. Two primary threats tonight will be damaging winds and large hail. Now, most of the hail we see will be golf ball size or smaller. However, in a couple of the more intense storms, we could see up to baseball-sized hail. Wind gusts, I think, easily in excess of 60 up to 75 miles an hour, which is the equivalent of an EF0 tornado, and also a few tornadoes given the strength and the turning of those low-level winds. Now, this is the timing again for this squall line now through 7 o'clock. For our western counties, we've pushed this back an hour because it's taken an additional hour or so for this line to get organized and develop. 6 p.m. until 9 p.m. for our metro counties here, including the I-35 corridor. So that really hasn't changed. I have extended it an hour for our far eastern counties. I think it's going to take until 11 o'clock for that line to finally clear areas well to our east. Let's go back to the radar now. Well, we've got some more storms. Allie's done a storm track here. These are the estimated times of arrival for the leading edge of this portion of the storm. Brad, 424. Metcalf Gap at 428, Mineral Wells at 447, and Poolville at just after 5 o'clock. Now, that's based on steady state movement. These things don't always do that. They can change direction. They can slow down. They can speed up. So don't etch that in stone. We'll continue to monitor this as we head through the rest of this afternoon. But again, that's a tornado warning. It's not a confirmed tornado, but strengthening rotation. We could be looking at a developing tornado in that portion of the line. This is our strongest storm now in North Texas, and it has covered the ground with hail in some parts of the Sherman area. Notice that little black dot there here embedded within the hail core. That is likely at least golf ball sized hail coming out of that storm there, and it is going to be moving more eastward, so it's going to track hail across northern Fannin County here, more than likely just north of Highway 82, just north of Bonham and Honeygrove. There could be damaging hail from this severe thunderstorm as it is kind of turning more right now. That we call this particular supercell a right mover because it's kind of moving right of the actual steering winds in the atmosphere itself. But the biggest threat with that is that large damaging hail. Let's slide down to the south. Things are all quiet for the moment here across much of the rest of the area. Yeah, we've got these scattered thunderstorms, but they continue to behave themselves here east of the Metroplex. So that's good news, at least for the very early part of our drive home here. And I would encourage you to get home, to leave the office and get home as quickly as possible, because that is what's going to be coming our way as we head into early this evening. And that is going to be a very potent line of severe thunderstorm activity. There's our tornado warning again. This includes kind of central Stevens County. Looks like Breckenridge is in that tornado polygon, and that goes eastward here. And they've kind of refined that even a little bit more, it looks like there. But the Highway 180 here in Stevens County is in that threat zone for a potential tornado. The National Weather Service continuing to monitor this storm very, very closely. Allie has drawn yet another estimated arrival time here, and that's got Caddo on it at 4:19, Brad at 4:31, and Mineral Wells at 5:02. So if you folks living especially west of Mineral Wells, up towards the PK Lake area here, this storm is coming right for you. It's going to produce wind gusts over 70 miles an hour in all likelihood, and it could also spawn a tornado as it moves off to the east-northeast. Allie, what's the movement on that one again? It was moving at a,
so we've
did you
actually
say 60 miles an hour?
And they just came out now with more of a 45 mile an hour movement speed. And recently 54 mile per hour gust actually measured in Breckenridge with the line. That area of circulation is now just southeast of the center of Breckenridge. So that's the specific area in the polygon where we still have at least radar indicated rotation.
Yeah, let's go up real quickly here. We've got another minute or so. We can show folks that this line extends up into Young County here. These are sub-severe storms around the Graham area and Olney, but they are additional severe storms on the southern end of this line that extends down to the south into Coleman County and on the east side of the San Angelo area. So this entire line is what's going to be coming our way for the rest of this afternoon and this evening. Keep in mind, we've got that tornado watch going until 10 o'clock tonight. Damaging winds could be in excess of 70 miles an hour with this line of storms, large hail, and it could spin up some tornadoes. Stay with Fox. We'll have another update coming up here, and of course, Fox 4 News at 5 o'clock.
This has been a Fox 4 Warn Weather Alert. Stay with the news leader on air, online at fox4news.com, on Twitter at Fox4, and on the WAP, Fox 4's weather app.
Let's go ahead and let's get right to the radar here. I want to show you what's going on. Now, we do have one cell up here just on the east side of Sherman into far northwestern Fannin County here. Severe thunderstorm warning, and this has some very impressive hail in it. I think at least golf ball size, but you notice these black colors here north of Bell. That is a very, very strong reflection from whatever's falling there. In all likelihood, it's very large ice. Could be up to baseball-sized hail here north of Bells in far, kind of on the border there of Grayson County and Fannin County. So this area, especially from Bells on up through northern portions of Fannin County, we're likely going to see some very large to destructive hail as this storm is almost now moving due east across the northern part of that county. Got a severe thunderstorm warning in there. Also could see wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. The main show, though, is now just beginning to unfold. That's our line of storms that we've been advertising now the last few days. It's not a perfect line here, but it's a solid cluster of strong to severe thunderstorm activity that stretches literally now from Jack County, Young County, down through Stevens County, and down towards the Cross Plains area. I want to hone in, though, on this area right here. It's the east side of Breckenridge, Stevens County, right along Highway 180 here. Notice, if Allie puts this into motion, you can actually see the rotation on our radar animation here. So this is what we're going to be dealing with here for the remainder of this afternoon into tonight. It's a solid line of storms that'll be moving through. The primary threat is going to be very strong straight line wind gusts, 60 to 70 miles an hour, maybe up to 75 miles an hour, which is hurricane force in some cases. It's also going to be producing some hail embedded within this line. Probably not the giant-sized hail, but dimes, nickels, quarters, half dollars, maybe occasionally up to the size of golf balls. And in addition to that, there's going to be rotation embedded within the line. We're seeing that right now here in Stevens County. And Allie's done a storm track here. The leading edge of the most intense part of the line will be in Caddo at 417. So that's literally right about now. Metcalf Gap at 438 and Mineral Wells at 505. But you notice the movement here. The intense part of this line of storms is going to be moving into western Palo Pinto County here over the next 10 to 15 minutes. That includes you folks that live all around PK Lake there, Possum Kingdom Lake. So this thing is going to be moving right across Highway 180 and eventually will likely be impacting the Mineral Wells area. It's going to be a close call for you folks a little farther east in Weatherford. Will it head just to your north? It's a little too close to call right now, but pretty much anybody that lives here in Possum Kingdom Lake area and also Palo Pinto County really need to be on your guard. This one is going to produce some very strong wind gusts, 70 miles an hour, possibly up to 75 miles an hour, some hail, intense rain, and it could also spin up a tornado here. We're definitely seeing rotation embedded within this line of storms. For the moment, what we're seeing north of there in Young County and Jack County is just below severe criteria. We certainly could be getting 40 to 50 mile an hour winds along with intense sheets of rain coming down and some smaller hail. And we're quiet for the time being in the Metroplex. But again, this is the line out to our west that's going to impact just about the entire area. Allie, you're in the chat session there. Anything new that you can tell me about from information coming in?
A spotter did report a small funnel east of Bells towards Savoy, so I'm going to head back up. These are moving so fast at this point, so even this hail core now looks like it's heading into southern Oklahoma. Bells will be in the clear here momentarily, but at least for a few minutes there was a brief funnel. Now this thunderstorm is very far from the radar, so we are unable to see low-level rotation, but there is some mid and upper level rotation associated with this as it moves across the Red River and heads into southern Oklahoma. So right now that core is now north of Highway 82 and will continue to head into southern Oklahoma. A lot of this will likely just be right along the Texas-Oklahoma border here over the next 20 to 30 minutes. So anyone that lives directly near the border, I think that's where we can be most concerned with hail and at least that weak rotation.
Yeah, there looks to be some giant hail coming out of this storm as well. When you start seeing those black and white colors within the purple colors, that is a very, very strong reflectivity from the actual, the radar beam, again, goes out. It hits these raindrops, these ice particles, and it's the return that we're measuring at the radar site. And that is certainly at least baseball potential in some cases, the way it looks like there in far northeastern Grayson County and northwestern Fannin County. Again, quiet for the moment here in the Metroplex. We did have some isolated severe storms earlier today. We continue to monitor these, but they're behaving themselves. We've got one around the Lake Tawakoni area, one on the east side of Canton, another one southeast of Sulphur Springs, but they are all non-severe. Not worried about that, but that's the main show. As we've been saying, this is what's going to bring our severe weather as we head through the afternoon for our western counties into this evening for the Metroplex, and then the later evening hours to our east. Go back to weather source 1 if we can. I want to show you that again, much of the area under a moderate risk of severe weather. That's a 4 on the 1 to 5 scale for the rest of this afternoon into this evening. Our main threats, damaging wind gusts, which in some cases could be as high as 75 miles an hour. Hail, most of it's going to be golf ball size or smaller, but we could get a few cases where that baseball sized hail is possible. We just showed you that radar reflection up there in far northern Grayson, northwestern Fannin County. That could be up to baseballs there. A few tornadoes will be possible and localized flooding. Here's the timing of that squall line now through 7 o'clock for our western counties, 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. for the I-35 corridor, the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and 8 to 11 p.m., maybe as late as 11 p.m. for our far eastern counties. Let's go back to the radar here. Allie continues to be kind of zoomed into this storm here. There's Breckenridge. This is Stevens County. This is Highway 180. And our tornado warning, again, this is not a confirmed tornado. It's based on the National Weather Service Doppler radar detecting rotation that has become increasingly organized. In fact, Allie, you got something here new for us?
Yeah, so with the latest radar scan, we've seen a slight weakening in the rotation. The National Weather Service is going to issue a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag for Palo Pinto County. So what that means is that a brief spin up is possible, but there's not enough radar indication to issue a tornado warning going into Palo Pinto at this point. Either way, this remains a severe storm with considerable wind damage, up to 70-mile-an-hour gusts possible, along with quarter-sized hail. So the tornado warning for now is just in Stevens County, but a new warning for Palo Pinto will be a severe thunderstorm warning, and that will be issued here momentarily.
Allie, do me a favor. Let's trace along the line. I want to get a bigger trace here. Go all the way down, if you would, the leading edge of this line from north to south. Let's do a track, a longer track here, if you would, along more of that leading edge of the line of storms to give folks an idea of some estimated arrival times. So there you go there. This is the leading edge of this line of severe storms, which is now moving through eastern and central portions of Stevens County. It is going to be impacting a large portion, though, of Palo Pinto County. So we got it at Brad at 430, Metcalf Gap 436, Lone Camp 451, Mineral Wells at roughly 5 o'clock, and Millsap at 5:10. And you may ask yourself, boy, the last time you showed this, it was 5:01 and not 5 o'clock. Well, that's going to happen. I mean, the weather's not steady state. These storms don't move 40 or 45 miles an hour continuously. Sometimes they slow down. Sometimes they speed up. Storms split. They change direction. And every time they do that, that's going to change the arrival time. So that's, again, just based on what's going on right now. There's our new severe thunderstorm warning. It does include Mineral Wells, Strawn, and Gordon. Wind gusts could be up to 70 miles an hour. Hail, perhaps up to the size of golf balls in a few instances. Most of it will likely be pocket change, dimes, nickels, quarters. And again, there still is some rotation embedded within this line. And this is going to be characteristic of this line for the rest of this afternoon through this evening. We'll have to monitor it because it will likely be able to spin up some isolated tornadoes. And so it's chugging right along kind of the Highway 180 corridor here, kind of aiming right for western portions now of Palo Pinto County. But you see the line now extends from Jack County and Young County all the way down to the southwest and across Plains. And so this is what's going to impact just about all of North Texas later on this afternoon and into the evening hours. We're thinking right now it's probably going to be 6 to 8 p.m. for the height of the activity here in the Metroplex. Could, though, go as late as 9 o'clock, especially when we're talking about eastern portions of Collin County, eastern Dallas County. So again, that central corridor here, including the Metroplex, I-35, 6 to 9 p.m. for the most active period of weather. That doesn't mean everything's going to happen between 6 and 9 p.m. We certainly still could get an isolated severe storm prior to that, but the bulk of the active weather is going to happen in that 3-hour stretch, now through 7 p.m. to our west and 8 p.m. to maybe as late as 11 o'clock for our eastern counties. So that's kind of the lay of the land right now. We'll continue to keep a close eye on things here in the Forewarned Weather Center. Ali Turiano and I will jump back on the air if we get additional breaking weather information. So stay with Fox 4. Obviously, we've got Fox 4 News coming at 5 o'clock with full coverage then as well. Stay with Fox. We'll keep you forewarned.
This has been a Fox 4 Warn Weather Alert. Stay with the news leader on air, online at fox4news.com, on Twitter at Fox4, and on the WAP, Fox 4's weather app.
miles an hour. So we are talking near the area of Picton, will move quickly to the northeast into areas like Mount Vernon. This is on the ground at this point in time. If you know anyone in this area, please make sure they are seeking shelter. As of right now, we want you in the lowest floor of your home, away from windows, a closet, a bathroom, under a stairwell could also be a good area to seek shelter from this. Currently, with this fast movement, we expect it to be over Mount Vernon by 4:42, Daphne 4:52, Maple Springs 5:05, Avery by about 5:30. Now, we're not necessarily sure that a tornado will be on the ground for the entirety of this movement, but at this point in time, damage reported along with the tornado still on the ground in the area of Picton. Power lines down, crossing Highway 11 and at 269. The latest observations from storm spotters on the ground at this point in time. So this is our first confirmed tornado of the day. That center of circulation remains south of Interstate 30 as of right now, but it is racing off to the northeast and will be over Interstate 30 likely in the next 10 to 20 minutes. This is our lone tornado on the ground as of right now. I'll quickly just move around North Texas and show you what's going on. Our big concern ahead of our line of storms were these isolated supercells developing and producing rotation. So this is exactly what has happened in our northeastern zones. We remain with a severe thunderstorm warning in far northern parts of Fannin County, that hail core riding right along the Texas-Oklahoma border. We've also had a brief funnel reported from that thunderstorm earlier this afternoon. That is moving generally east-northeast, so it's likely going to ride up right along the Red River here through the next hour. And then back to the west, we have our intense line of strong to severe storms continuing. Notice that tornado warning has since expired, but at any point in time along this line, we could see bowing features. So not only that damaging wind threat of 60 to 70 miles an hour will be out there within these storms, but we often see these little notches develop, which is exactly what we've got here with this very large hail core right along 180 and just north of 180. So this is another area that we will watch for a potential brief spin up of a tornado. Even if we do not have tornadoes along this line, the damaging wind threat is in excess of 60 up to 70 miles per hour within some of these severe thunderstorms. So a very dangerous situation setting up. All of this activity is moving from west to east to general motion of this line. We expect it to be approaching the Metroplex in the 5 and 6 o'clock hours and continuing on that eastward trek. We'll get back to our tornado on the ground in far east, southeastern parts of Hopkins County. It has exited the Picton area, moving off to the northeast, remains as an observed tornado on the ground. No new information from the National Weather Service, but it is moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. At this point in time, we've had reports of damage in the Picton area as this cell moved across Highway 11 at 269, which is where also some power lines were down. So this, as of right now, a life-threatening situation as this thunderstorm with a tornado on the ground lifts off to the north and northeast at a very fast clip, likely moving towards the Mount Vernon area. If I were to track it for you here at about 45 miles an hour, again, this is just an estimate. We expect it to be around Mount Vernon by 4:46, so in about 10 minutes. If you are ahead of this storm, we want you to seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest level of your home. If you are in a mobile home, you need to be in your sheltered location at this point, out of the home. If your park has that opportunity, if they have a community center for you. But then also by Clarksville at 5:18. So will this have a tornado on the ground for the next half hour? Not necessarily, but it could pulse up and down and drop more than one tornado. So we want everyone that's in the path of this storm to be in their sheltered location at this point in time with the fast movement of it off to the north and northeast. We'll head back around here, just a quick overview of what's going on with our severe thunderstorm warnings continuing for northern Fannin County, as well as Palo Pinto and Stephen counties for damaging winds and large hail coming out of these storms. We've had at least some golf ball to potentially baseball up in parts of Fannin County. At this point, we're not seeing anything that large, which is always a good thing. But our cell here in Palo Pinto, I want to show you as we look at our velocity. So what this shows, winds moving towards and away from our radar. So when you see that bright green and bright red near each other, that's where the rotation is. Now, this is still pretty far from our radar site, so it's not necessarily low-level rotation, but there is still some mid-level rotation coming out of this storm. So a brief tornado, a brief spin-up cannot be ruled out of this storm as it moves generally due east. And I'll take really this whole segment here and track it. We'll say about 45 miles an hour. Most of these have been between 40 and 50 miles per hour. So here's an estimated arrival. It's in Metcalf Gap right now, but Mineral Wells by 5:02, Millsap 5:13, Weatherford by 5:31. So we expect this line to continue its intensity with damaging winds in anywhere from 60 to 70 miles per hour, large hail, $quarter to $half potentially out of them as well, along with that brief spin up, still a possibility coming out of those storms. We'll get back to our northern cell here, where we still have a pretty large amount of hail just northeast of Ravenna. This is going to hang right along the Texas-Oklahoma line. We've seen a few more showers and storms develop out ahead and back behind this. Nothing severe at this point in time with those. We are still waiting more spotter information. At this point, it's very difficult to see if there is a tornado on the ground north of Picton. We are very far from it. So our radar in Fort Worth is actually looking at about 8,000 feet right now. So we have no way of knowing if there's still something on the ground without reporters and spotters observing that tornado on the ground. So regardless, we want you to take this as a tornado still on the ground, exiting Hopkins County and lifting northeast to areas like Mount Vernon and eventually up into Red River County. So we'll keep an eye on this one for you as well. Those isolated supercells ahead of our line will still have rotation and potentially produce tornadoes. Much of the Metroplex and points south have been very quiet, so we continue to monitor our ragged line of strong to severe storms. Those will keep moving from west to east throughout the rest of our day and evening, with that severe threat remaining high through at least 10, 11 o'clock, especially for our eastern zones. We will keep an eye on things for you and continue to post online. Fox 4 Weather, make sure to follow us on Facebook and Twitter, and we will be back on air at 5 p.m. Stay with Fox 4. We'll keep you forewarned.
This has been a Fox 4 Warn Weather Alert. Stay with the news leader on air, online at fox4news.com, on Twitter at Fox 4, and on the WAP, Fox 4's weather app.
Got to move camera or what? You think we're good? Look at that light pole right here in front of us.
I think that was a brief spin up, kicked up the dust. But really it was the dust front.
A bit. It stabilized things, and so the line, once you head north of Denton County, is not as strong. Let's head southbound again. And Allie is again saying we could have 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts along the leading edge of this line of storms. That is easily going to be capable of doing damage to roofs, knocking down fences, knocking down trees and power lines, moving cars. An 80-mile-an-hour wind has a lot of force to it, and so these warnings continue now for Tarrant County. Allie?
Dan, we are getting word of major power outages around the areas of Decatur and Rome in Wise County. So the damaging winds causing some big time issues already in Wise County where that warning is in effect. Winds on the order of 60 to 65 miles per hour are possible along that northern extent through Denton and Wise County. But specifically, I do want to take a look at Weatherford. This is video from storm chaser Chad Casey. So that's the area that we were talking about where we could have winds in excess of 70 up to 80 miles an hour.
Yeah, some roof debris there.
Chad driving through Weatherford.
Yeah, and that's just within the last few minutes, I think. Just within the last few minutes, and we're seeing some debris being tossed in the air there. I mean, that is in the heart of downtown Weatherford there. Everybody that's been through there knows there's the courthouse right in the heart of town. And we've had winds that apparently have been lofting some debris in the air that's visible at times as Chad is heading along there in downtown Weatherford. So there's a power flash. That's what we're talking about. Up ahead, you notice that flash. That is likely high winds hitting a power line. Notice the street lights here. Actually, not the street lights, but the traffic lights are out. There's your debris again, blowing across the city streets there, blowing off the roof. So we're talking about 70 to maybe up to 80-mile-an-hour winds here that have been doing at least some minor damage. Again, this is just one part of Weatherford. Our thanks to Chad Casey, our storm chaser there. That was just literally minutes ago. So that's what we're talking about. These are the storms that are now going to be blowing into the Metroplex between now and 8 o'clock this evening. Wind gusts anywhere from 50 to maybe as high as 80 miles an hour along the leading edge of this line of storms here. We haven't had any tornado warnings over the last, let's say, half an hour to 45 minutes, but that remains a distinct possibility as well. We could have some isolated tornadoes spawned along the leading edge of this line of storms. But when you're talking about 70 to 80 mile an hour wind gusts, that's the equivalent of a weak tornado right there. Again, wind is wind. Doesn't matter if it's triggered by a weak tornado or straight line winds, it is still going to be capable of doing some pretty extensive damage. I just noticed popping up on the screen here, we've got more severe thunderstorm warnings that have just been issued, covering all of Hood County, all of Somerville County now, all of Erath County and Comanche County. So this entire line is going to be capable of producing severe weather. Again, the #1 threat is going to be the wind, followed by maybe some small hail. We see signs of some smaller hail. That's one of the only good news that we can pass on to you, is that we're not seeing the giant hail present with the hail cores here in these storms. It's dimes, nickels, and quarters, at least it appears for the most part right now, and there are no tornado warnings in effect. However, there is a tornado watch that remains in effect for our area through 10 o'clock tonight. So we go to the north again. On the north end here, the activity is sub-severe. Grayson County, Fannin County, Cook County. You folks already had a round of severe weather earlier this afternoon with large hail and some damaging winds, but we remained rain and storm free here in the Metroplex. So the air here is warmer, it's more humid, it's more unstable, and that is fueling these big time thunderstorms. Allie?
Dan, outdoor warning sirens are now going off in the city of Fort Worth. So if you're hearing that, it's for the damaging wind threat. Winds, again, could be as high as 80 miles an hour along that line. So if you are in and around Fort Worth and you're hearing the outdoor warning sirens, it is for the damaging wind threat. At this point, we've had broad rotation in a lot of these cells along the line. But for now, the tornado threat is much lower than this damaging wind threat. But 70 to 80 mile an hour winds, that is a weak tornado.
Yeah, and that's certainly capable of doing damage. Chad Casey showed you some of the debris blowing through the air as he was going through Weatherford about 10 or 15 minutes ago. So those winds are going to no doubt knock down some fences. They're going to down some tree branches, in some cases trees themselves, power lines, and do some minor damage to roofs as they sweep through the area. You can see our severe thunderstorm warnings are highlighted in yellow here. That includes all of Denton County, all of Wise County, Parker County, and Tarrant County, as well as the Granbury area, Glen Rose, all of Hood County, Somerville County, now under severe thunderstorm warnings. Erath County, same story, and Comanche County. This is literally all along the line of this severe thunderstorm activity that's going to be moving steadily through the area as we head through this evening. I think our greatest threat of severe weather here in the Metroplex just beginning right now, and it's going to continue through about 8 o'clock this evening. So the next couple of hours is going to be really, really telling here as this line of storms moves through. And Allie's tracking the leading edge here. It's moving east at roughly 40 to 45 miles an hour. Denton, 554. Downtown Fort Worth at 602. Louisville, 618. DFW at 621. And downtown Dallas at 640. But don't be surprised if those times change by a few minutes as this line either slows down, accelerates, decelerates, or possibly changes direction just a little bit. But that's based on the current movement and our current radar imagery. Steve, Heather?
All right, Dan, Allie, thanks.
All right, so we're going to take a quick break, but we are, of course, continuing to monitor the radars. Dan and Allie have been showing us the severe weather that is moving across North Texas. You are watching the only local 5:30 newscast in all of North Texas. We are following big weather changes in far western Tarrant County.
Fox 4's Sean Rabb in one of the drive cam vehicles now from Willow Park. That's Tarrant County, Parker County line, basically. Sean, what have you been seeing? You should be right under it about now, huh?
Well, it passed over us a few minutes ago, and I'll get back to that in a moment. What I want to show you is this is under Interstate 20 at Ranch House Road here in Willow Park. Now, we've not had a lot of hail. I think that these folk pulled in under the interstate to try to blunt the wind, because every bit of straight line winds of 50, 60, 70 miles, it seems, were coming at us. John Gannan and I are in one of our news vans, and when I tell you we were moving around, and John was trying to figure out a position. He said, I need to prevent us from turning over. That's what the wind was like. At that time, it wasn't raining. It became dark as midnight, and then the wind started. And we watched debris spinning and flying and dust in the air and spinning, and we thought we were seeing the spin up of a twister at that moment. And then the wind continued, the rain started, we watched the power go out all around us, utility poles and parking lots swaying in the wind. It was intense for some minutes as it passed over us, moving from west to east. And we're listening to Ali and Dan talk about Weatherford and what's happening. And we're going, hey, we're in Willow Park, and it's right here, right now. We watched the power go out. We watched signs being blown off. A Chevron gas station lost its sign. The winds were very intense. The rain has not been a deluge, okay? It's coming down, it's steady, but it's been the ferocious wind where we are.
And is that I-20 we're looking at straight ahead of you?
Say again?
Is that I-20 we're looking at straight ahead of you?
Yes, that's Interstate 20. And you know, Dan Henry has always cautioned not to get under the overpass when it's hail or high water. I think people were trying to, again, hide from the wind. And here there's a couple of 3 pickup trucks, a couple of box trucks, an 18-wheeler on the other. It's just people are parking underneath the overpass at this time. Again, it's not like the rain is blinding, but it is the wind.
Yeah, and we can see the traffic signal right in front of you is out too.
Well, that's scary. You know, you're in one of those box trucks or larger vehicle, and when the wind starts coming, you almost lose control, Sean. Like, you don't have control.
Right, absolutely, absolutely. And we were parked, Heather, and again, in one of the heavy news vans, and we're going from side to side, and John's trying to get us at the right angle. He said, so we don't get tossed over. I mean, it was strong. It was very intense.
Well, this is not your first rodeo, either one of you. You guys know what you're doing. Stay safe. That's the most important thing.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah,
Thanks.
we're okay. I mean, but it was very intense, but yeah, we've been here before.
Yeah. John, thank you.
All right, so we're continuing to monitor as the weather system moves west to east across the Metroplex and other areas as well. Severe storms are here. We'll be right back.
I'm gonna leave that to somebody else, but you know. It's the rain now, though, isn't it?
It is. Found it.
Yep. That's dangerous. I get it, though.
He's moving. Just
Slowly.
like he stopped.
What's happening here?
Yeah, that's a little wreck. That's what that guy's looking for.
where we were. See, that's what we saw.
Yep.
Gus Nato. Now we're behind the leading edge anyway.
Yeah. Well, they didn't have to run our package in.
It's not gonna air. Not today.
Not today.
They'll waste it in the morning. Could have been a wreck there, those cars.
Just had a measured wind gust of 77 miles an hour at Fort Worth Meacham Airport. So very dangerous conditions here across the Dallas-Fort Worth area as this line of intense thunderstorms continues to move east at about 45 miles an hour. And every time this line goes through one of our official reporting stations, we're getting at minimum 65 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts here. Denton, South River Oaks, Fort Worth, NAS JRB. We just had the wind gust at Meacham of 77 miles an hour. So these winds are going to be fully capable of doing damage, downing power lines, fences, breaking off very large tree branches, in some cases downing trees themselves, knocking out transformers. So there's likely going to be some fairly widespread power outages as this line continues to move east. The only good news I can tell you is that we're not seeing any large hail embedded within the line, and at least for the present time, there's no significant rotation. Allie?
We are getting reports of significant shingle damage, power flashes, North Riverside and Tarrant Parkway. So we're talking just northeast of Blue Mound in Tarrant County. We've had observations, as you mentioned, Dan, over 70 to 80 miles an hour, and especially in southeastern parts of Denton County as well. At this point, we're looking at 20,000 customer outages just in the last 10 minutes across DFW. So there will be another update on those power outages here over the next couple of minutes shortly. But we're at this point more than 32,000 customers being impacted by these storms and these strong winds, Dan.
And Allie, there's going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning coming out here in the next minute or two downstream for Dallas and Collin counties for wind gusts up to 80 miles an hour. These are destructive wind gusts that will be possible. Not everyone is going to see those really high-end destructive winds, but we're going to very commonly see 60 to 65 mile an hour winds along the leading edge, and then there will be also those 70 to 75 to occasionally 80 mile an hour winds that accompany the leading edge of this line of storm. So between now and 8 o'clock this evening is when we're going to see the worst weather here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, the Metroplex, and it may end a little sooner than that if this line continues at its present pace, but certainly we are in the thick of it right now, and all of these are severe thunderstorms along its leading edge from northern Denton County all the way down through Tarrant County, and that's what Allie's doing right now. We're going to give you an estimated arrival time of the leading edge of this line. Fort Worth at 6:05, so that's 5 minutes from now. Louisville 6:14, DFW at 6:26. Dallas at 6:44 and Garland at 6:50. You might be wondering, what do I do in this type of situation? You need to treat this just like an EF0 or low-end EF1 tornado. So you take your tornado safe precautions. Again, these are not tornado warnings, but we're talking about severe wind gusts that could be up to 80 miles an hour or even slightly higher in a few cases. So you want to be in the lowest floor available, an interior room. Sometimes that's a bathroom, a closet, a pantry. The idea is you want to put as many walls between you and the danger, what's blowing outside. And these 70 to 80 mile an hour winds, when they pick up things, they are like missiles in the air. So you certainly don't want to go outside and see what's coming, because a tree branch moving at 70 or 80 miles an hour is going to go right through you. Sometimes it'll be embedded in the side of sheet metal when it's moving that fast. So very dangerous to be caught outside when we've got winds this high with this line of storms that's moving through. And Allie, if you would please, I was kind of standing in front of that, if you would do another storm track. My apologies there, along the leading edge of this line of storms, just to give folks at home an idea of when they can expect this activity here. So Pecan Plantation 6:07, Burleson 6:21, Cleburne 6:31, Alvarado at 6:40, and Midlothian at 6:53. I want to go back to my weather computer. I want to show that video clip one more time. You can see the swirls of dust here, and in some cases we can get what are called gustnados, spin-up tornadoes, and that's very well what this could have been here, captured by this particular viewer and driver as he or she was driving along there. This was out in the Mineral Wells area, just south of there. David Hawkins was capturing this as he was driving through Mineral Wells a little earlier this afternoon. Let's get back to the radar here. We've done another storm track here for you. 6:02 Fort Worth, DFW 6:22, McKinney at 6:32, downtown Dallas at 6:41, and Garland at 6:51 is when we anticipate the leading edge of this line of storms to reach those locations. And that's just the arrival time. It could be a few minutes before that, so don't base your reaction to, oh, I've got still 15 minutes exactly. No, you need to start right now. If your county is under a warning, you need to be in your safe shelter already. So that goes for anyone in Denton County, anyone in Tarrant County, anyone down there in Johnson County. And I can tell you that they are going to issue severe thunderstorm warnings for up to 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts for both Dallas County and Collin County. And those are destructive winds that are capable of doing some extensive damage, and I'm sure that's what's going on at this point in time. And I think I just saw Johnson County now, all of Johnson County, go under a severe thunderstorm warning. Fortunately, that large hail that we were seeing earlier today with those supercells, we're not seeing that embedded within this line of storms. So the hail that's falling is likely to be the pocket change, the dimes, the nickels, the quarters, maybe up to the size of $50. We're also not seeing any organized rotation, so there are no tornado warnings in effect right now. These are all severe thunderstorm warnings, but the magnitude of this wind, 70, 75, 80 miles an hour, that is the equivalent of a low-end tornado, and certainly something you really, really want to pay attention to and take precautions for. Allie?
Yeah, Dan, so I want to take one of our Fox 4 photographers on the road right now. Paul Beam.
He's on I-20.
He is on I-20 currently, so basically just sheets of rain coming down, lots of water on the roads, and this is only going to continue to get worse as this line moves through the area. So we don't, obviously the time of day is not great with folks trying to head home. If you are out ahead of this line, we want you all to get indoors as soon as possible. So we're looking at just Paul Beam currently on I-20 in Tarrant County, where the winds could still be gusting on the order of.
Did you see that? It looked like there was something down on the side of the road there.
It looked like a sign down.
Yep.
Yeah, so the winds, again, could still be gusting beyond 70 miles an hour coming out of that activity. So
you want to say something here, Allie. Here, you know what? The folks that are in your offices right now, if you're in downtown Dallas, if you're in Plano, if you're in McKinney, if you're in Arlington, and you're at the office right now and you're debating, should I leave and try to get home quickly? No, you shouldn't. You need to stay where you are right now and let this line of storms ride through, because the last thing you want to do is to get on the roadway in a situation where you're dealing with road signs that are literally blowing across the highway like projectiles with these 70 and close to 80-mile-an-hour winds. So again, here in the Metroplex, wherever you are right now, you really need to stay put. That's going to be your best bet right now, is staying put. Let this line of storms move through. Once it moves by to your east, then go out and venture out and go home. But even realize then you may encounter a lot of power outages, traffic lights that are going to be out, power lines that may be blocking the roadway, trees that may be down. And, you know, just judging by here, it appears to me that we certainly are having some power outages as this is a live shot right now from our crew, Paul Beam and Sean Rabb.
Yeah, I'd like us to go back to radar, please. So if you can give me back the control, guys. There we go. So the new warning just issued for Dallas and Collin counties for those destructive winds to 80 miles an hour. Dan just mentioned power outages. So far, over 71,000 customers impacted. More than 51,000 of the 71 are in Tarrant County alone, where we have the power outages. Flower Mound now sounding their sirens. That is for the damaging winds. We also now have widespread power outages on the east side of 377 at Krugerville. Colleyville sounding sirens, Dan. So more and more cities sounding. Bedford has just been added to the list. I'm getting all of this information from our chat session. So all of the emergency managers just kind of pouring in now with information.
Yeah, and those outdoor warning sirens go off generally for three weather criteria. First and foremost is tornadoes. So if a tornado warning is issued in your community, you will hear those outdoor warning sirens sounded. Wind gusts generally 70 miles an hour or higher will also trigger the outdoor warning sirens. And so that's why you're hearing them right now. And also very large hail, usually it's about 1.5 inches or larger in diameter, will trigger those outdoor warning sirens. But these are destructive winds that are accompanying this line of severe thunderstorms. And you notice it's not exactly, it's not a smooth line here. It's kind of jagged. it curves in and out. And we have to watch that very closely, because where this line bows out a little bit can be the site of some rotation developing, and that can spawn some tornadoes, some isolated tornadoes. We haven't seen any of that as it's moved into the Metroplex, but it looks to me like we may have seen a couple of tornado spin-ups a little earlier as it was moving through Palo Pinto County. But all of our metro counties now, Denton, Collin, Dallas, and Tarrant, are under severe thunderstorm warnings. Allie?
Dan, more cities with the outdoor warning sirens currently: Carrollton, Mesquite, Rowlett, the city of Dallas also. So if you are hearing the warnings, it's for the damaging winds. And I want to show you storm chaser Chad Casey. This was just a little while ago. He's out surveying damage currently in Weatherford from that line of damaging winds in excess of 70 miles an hour.
And this was all broken out there.
This is what he's seeing in Weatherford currently.
Yeah, and these are the type of winds that are going to pick up bricks. They're going to pick up pieces of shingles, maybe sheet metal, and they're going to be smashing windows. I mean, think about downtown Dallas and downtown Fort Worth with all those glass buildings. And certainly we're hearing the sirens now, the outdoor warning sirens going off here as I speak in downtown Dallas. Let's do some more storm tracks if we can, Allie. Let's take the leading edge here in Denton County, and we're going to track that eastward. As heading east at 45 miles an hour will give folks an estimated arrival time for the leading edge here. That's Louisville 6:20, McKinney at 6:33, Plano at 6:43, Wiley at 6:56, and Celeste at 7:03. The winds at least 60 miles an hour, but could be as high as 80 miles an hour in some isolated cases. We've had measured wind gusts, several measured wind gusts now of anywhere from 65 to close to 80 miles an hour from many of our reporting sites in Parker County and Tarrant County. We're going to do another storm track here. Again, this line is moving east at about 40 to 45 miles an hour. Notice it's bowing out here. So when you see a bow like that, that certainly is an indication that we could see locally higher winds. So heads up here. In South River Oaks, we were reporting those 70-mile-an-hour winds. So these winds are likely going to be aimed right for Arlington here. So you folks in Arlington are likely going to experience some 70-mile-an-hour straight-line winds as this Boeing line of storms heads right in your direction. 6:21 the arrival time, so in about 10 minutes from now, I expect the leading edge to reach Arlington. 6:24 DFW, 6:42 in downtown Dallas, Garland at 6:50, and 6:58 at Mesquite. So you can see all these arrival times within the next 20 to 30 minutes. That's why I'm telling you, if you're in an office here in the Metroplex, Arlington, Dallas, the Farmers Branch, Carrollton area, Plano, you need to stay where you are right now until this line passes by to your east. It's too dangerous to get out on the roadways, especially if you're going to try to head west toward that line of storms.
Dan, a few more cities sounding their sirens: Euless, Arlington, Grapevine about to sound theirs, and Fox 4 chaser Nick Busby is actually in Grapevine right now. Check out the flagpoles. They are at an angle at this point, and that's still out ahead of this line.
Yeah, Grapevine is just ahead of the line of storms right now. The rain and the highest wind gusts have not quite reached Grapevine at this point in time, but some very ominous skies there captured by Nick Busby here. And we're going to see that wind really pick up there in northeastern Tarrant County literally in the next few minutes as this line continues to head eastward here. So the entire Metroplex now is under severe thunderstorm warnings for these potentially destructive winds, anywhere from 60 to maybe as high as 80 miles an hour in a few instances, where we're seeing the line bowing out a little bit. That is oftentimes a sign that the really strong winds are causing the line to accelerate there. And we're seeing that on the north side of Louisville. We're seeing that now in East Fort Worth, heading towards the Arlington area. And it looks like we're also seeing it a little bit just west of Cleburne right now, kind of on the Hood and Johnson County line. But these warnings continue all the way down to our southwest. Let's go a little bit down to the southwest here to show the southern end of this line. And it is severe from Walnut Springs down through Hamilton County. And those severe thunderstorm warnings continue for all of Bosque County as well. The line at this point in time doesn't look quite as impressive on this southern end, but still we could certainly see 60-mile-an-hour winds or greater as the line continues heading east through Bosque County. Allie?
We're getting reports of damage in several areas, Dan, including Haltom City. Several power poles snapped on the roadway there. So please, if you don't have to go out, we don't want you going out in this kind of situation with these stronger winds. As Dan mentioned, for our southwestern zones, the winds are still potentially up to 60 miles an hour. We're not getting the 70 to 80 that we've seen around the Metroplex in parts of Hamilton and Bosque County. But the more north you go, that's where the winds are stronger, and that's where we expect the damaging wind threat to be quite high. And specifically, I'm actually seeing some pretty intense returns moving through the area of Aubrey, so we likely have a hail core there within that portion of the line. So potentially quarter-size hail coming out of that along with those gusts. We've had an 80-mile-an-hour gust at North Tarrant Parkway and Riverside Drive in North Fort Worth. That did happen about 20 minutes ago. So you may not have those consistent gusts at 80, but between 60 and 80 is what we're likely going to see here along this line as it keeps moving very quickly to the east at about 45 miles an hour. UT Arlington, they've activated their outdoor warning sirens, as well as a few other areas, city of Louisville as well. We are getting reports of power flashes right now in downtown Grapevine, Dan.
Yeah, so as we expected, those high winds now just beginning to blow into Grapevine there. Will be interesting to see from our storm chaser, Nick Busby, who is there in Grapevine, what he sees over the next few minutes. But needless to say here, we are all under the gun for these very intense thunderstorms. Winds have been routinely gusting between 60 and 70 miles an hour. We've had reports at JRB, Mineral Wells, Denton, all registering wind gusts between 68 and 70 miles an hour. South River Oaks also a measured wind gust of 68 miles an hour. And there are indications at times that we could see even higher end isolated wind gusts as high as 80 miles an hour. So this is an estimated arrival time of the leading edge here. Louisville 6:18. Right now it's 6:16. So it's literally on your doorstep there in Louisville. 6:37 McKinney, 6:41 Plano, 6:54 in Wiley, and 7:14 in Wolf City. Now, you go just north of there up into Grayson County and Fannin County, and the activity is not as intense. I think one of the big reasons why is we had those big storms earlier this afternoon up there, and they generated enough rain, cooled off temperatures just enough to stabilize things a bit. But that said, it's still coming down pretty intense up around the Sherman-Denison area here with a lot of cloud to ground lightning activity there. But our Red River counties right now are not under severe thunderstorm warnings. That changes though as you head down into the Metroplex, where the air, at least ahead of this line of storms, is still very warm, it's very humid, and the line now is beginning to bear down on DFW Airport and Dallas County. So for that reason, we're going to do a track here heading eastward. DFW 6:18, Dallas at 6:38, Garland at 6:52, Mesquite 6:53, and Rockwall for the leading edge of that line of storms at 7:05 p.m. this evening. Again, the winds
7 miles an hour right here.
So those are the outdoor warning sirens that literally went off just a couple of minutes ago outside our studios here in downtown Dallas. These sirens are going off all across North Texas for high wind gusts, and that's the minimum criteria in many communities, many cities, is 70 mile an hour or greater winds. That is when they will sound those outdoor warning sirens. And as Ali said, DFW just measured a wind gust of 67 as the leading edge came through there. Allie?
Yeah, radar is indicating a little area near Little Elm heading towards Frisco. That may be the worst right now, where we could have 80 miles an hour possible. And it looks like also North Grand Prairie, located at 100 West Shady Grove Road. Emergency managers estimated an 87-mile-per-hour gust. So there are definitely little pockets within these Boeing features, Dan, as you mentioned, that are producing those 80-plus-mile-an-hour winds. We've got one area near Little Elm heading to Frisco, and then another south of there in northern Grand Prairie that is now moving into Dallas County.
Yeah, and so we continue to monitor this line of storms as it's moving east at a good clip, 45 miles an hour. So any one particular point is probably only going to see the threat of severe weather for about 30 minutes. But it's going to be quite intense for that short period of time as this line moves through. That's a live look right now. DFW Airport Tower camera. The line is literally just now blowing through right the Dallas and Tarrant County lines there. And you can see our camera really blowing around a lot, and it may be out of position now.
I think the camera is kaput for the rest of the day today, Dan.
We're not going to be able to use that one anymore. The winds have blown it out of alignment. So that's what we could give you there. That's just an example of how strong these winds are.
There we go.
And there's the leading edge. Again, it's moving now right on the Dallas-Tarrant County line, and we're going to see wind gusts that could be anywhere from 60 to maybe as high as 80 miles an hour. And we're likely going to continue to see. We've had already over 70,000 power outages in Tarrant County alone in the last hour, and we'll likely see similar numbers to that as this line blows through Dallas County and Collin County as well. So the warnings continue even farther south as you head into Johnson County, down into the Glen Rose area, and all of Bosque County under severe thunderstorm warnings as well. We haven't heard much on the southern end. Now, obviously, there are fewer people that live in this part of North Texas, so we don't have the abundance of measurements from ham radio spotters and from reports from our weather stations, but it certainly is going to be pretty intense down this way as well, with wind gusts of at least 60 miles an hour. Let's trace the storms here if we can, Allie, in Johnson County and move them east to give folks an idea of when they can expect this really leading edge of the intense line to reach where they are. And we've again gone out east at 45 miles an hour, puts it in Cleburne at 625, Alvarado at 638, Midlothian at 654, Waxahachie 706, and Ferris at 716. Again, that's kind of tracking the leading edge, but you can see this. Nothing in weather is steady state. These storms can slow down a little bit. They can decelerate. They can accelerate. The leading edge of the line also changes shape as well. And so each time we do one of these storm tracks, you may notice that your estimated arrival time shifts. Maybe it's a couple minutes earlier. Maybe it's a couple minutes later. It really, if you're in any one of these counties that's under a warning right now, you need to be in your safe spot. And we really need to treat this just like a tornado warning, because that's how strong these winds are. They could potentially, in some cases, be blowing up to 80 miles an hour. And you notice that the line here is accelerated. It's bowing out here. And this was interesting because as it did come through the River Oaks area, we had very high wind gusts, up to 70, maybe 80 miles an hour. And we could be seeing similar wind gusts as it's moving right through the heart of Arlington right now. 6:27 arrival time Irving, 6:38 Dallas, 6:50 in Garland, 7:02 Rockwall, and 7:18 in Terrell. That is based on what is on radar at this point in time exactly, and a 45-mile-an-hour eastward movement. Of course, that can shift a little bit and change, and that's why we continue to do these storm tracks continuously as we do our radar tour here, so to speak. There's a lookout live in Fort Worth right now. Rain coming down very heavily. You folks in Fort Worth now are on the back side of the most intense part of this line. Certainly still going to see some gusty winds, but we believe the worst of the weather now is just east of Fort Worth, heading more towards Arlington, heading into western Dallas County as we speak. But that gives you an idea just what's going on right now in Fort Worth. Allie?
Multiple locations around Denton have downed power lines, Dan. I did a storm track here for the northern section of the Metroplex. McKinney by 6:30, Wiley 6:51, Greenville by 7:19. And we haven't seen any weakening with this line. So our eastern counties, this is what's heading to you in the next 1 to 2 hours. We're close to 100,000 folks impacted without power at this point, nearly just a little more than 80,000 in Tarrant County alone. So we expect these numbers to really start going up here across the Metroplex within the next half hour, including portions of Collin and Dallas counties as well. We have not seen any weakening within this line of thunderstorms at this point, Dan.
Yeah, and it's going to continue to be very intense for a good part of this evening here. You folks east of the Metroplex haven't seen much yet. Well, you're going to get your turn next, as this line of storms will likely not fall apart. It will continue to hold together, and we'll have to watch it as well, because as we head into the evening hours here, we're likely going to see low-level winds increase a bit. And that could generate a little bit more low-level wind shear that could potentially make this line of storms more conducive for perhaps spinning up some tornadoes. Right now, it's all about the wind. Straight-line winds along the leading edge of this line of storms that are whipping up anywhere from 60, sometimes as high as 80 miles an hour in a few isolated cases. Fortunately, we're not seeing any very large hail as we look along the line of storms here. No impressive hail cores like we were getting earlier today from those supercells that were spitting out golf ball and larger hail in some cases up to our north in Fannin County, Grayson County, and Collin County. And we've not seen any organized rotation either in this line of storms. So currently, there are no tornado warnings in effect. These are all severe thunderstorm warnings that extend from all of Denton and all of Collin counties through the entire Dallas-Fort Worth area and then back into Bosque County and down into Hamilton County as well. So literally, just about the entire length of this line of storms is severe now and capable of producing damaging wind gusts as it moves off to the east at roughly about 45 miles an hour. So in the next probably 15 to 20 minutes, we could see additional warnings issued for, let's say, Ellis County and Kaufman County and Rockwall County as the line continues to progress eastward. Had some very impressive video clips from earlier this afternoon as that line was coming through the Weatherford area. It was lofting debris in the air. Some of the debris was hitting some of the windows in downtown Fort Worth, some of the storefronts, and that was causing some of the glass to shatter. But that is an example of what the winds were doing a little earlier today in Weatherford. That is right downtown there, as our Chad Casey was driving through there. There's the courthouse. It's familiar to a lot of you as you head right through the heart of downtown Weatherford there, but there has been some damage reported. We haven't heard of major damage, but things like some minor roof damage, power outages, glass that's been broken, and things of that nature. I'm sure some trees have been down and power lines as well. There's a look at our radar again, and this line of storms literally extends from the Red River all the way down to our southwest into Hamilton County. It is moving along at a good clip at 45 miles an hour. So in most cases, you're going to be done with the severe weather after about 30 minutes or so of really intense storm activity. So for a good 30 minutes, it's really going to be bad. And then the good news is you'll kind of be on the backside of this intense line and experiencing what they're seeing here in Decatur right now and Weatherford down into Granbury, which is just rain, just moderate rain that's falling with a little bit of wind. But this is the part here that we're most concerned about. And you know what? I think we just had a tornado warning issued here. Looks like we just had a tornado warning issued for Dallas County. I can see the polygon here. And notice the little, this is the part of the storm that we've been watching very closely. And there's the outdoor warning sirens I'm hearing off in the distance as well. Allie, can you zoom into that?
I sure can. So, Dan, this was just issued. It's mainly for southern Dallas County. This is radar indicated rotation at this point in time, but this storm is also still capable of 80-mile-an-hour winds, straight line winds as well. So this is racing, at least this portion of the storm, racing off to the southeast at 55 miles an hour.
Let's do this. If you would, let's see if we can get the winds up there, the Doppler winds, and see if we can spot a radar couplet there, a wind couplet. Hard to detect here right now, but there certainly is a lot of wind that's blowing east. We've temporarily lost our chat session here. It's been going in and out because there's a tremendous amount of traffic, but let's go back and we'll show the traditional reflectivity here. So if you live anywhere in this red polygon here, so that's Irving, that's far east Arlington, that's the DeSoto area, the Wilmer-Hutchins area, Seagoville, South Dallas, the Oak Cliff section of Dallas, you are now under a tornado warning. This is not a confirmed tornado. This is a warning that's been issued based on radar indicated, or rotation indicated by Doppler radar that could be indicating to us a developing tornado. So arrival times, Dallas 6:40, Oak Cliff 6:41, Waxahachie 6:54, or actually I should say Mesquite 6:54. Kaufman, if it holds together, 7:15. So notice that there's a bow here. You notice how this line is bowing out now in far east Arlington, heading into Grand Prairie on Interstate 30 here. It's oftentimes at the apex of this bow that you can get a spin-up tornado, and that's what we're concerned about with this particular part of the line. Regardless of whether or not we see a tornado, we're likely going to see 70 to maybe 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts here, which is the equivalent of an EF0 tornado. So we're talking about the potential of a tornado spinning up here, but more than likely a 70 to 80-mile-an-hour wind is going to do just as much damage as an EF0 tornado. So again, not confirmed, just based on radar indicated rotation. Allie?
We are getting reports of multiple power flashes being observed west of Richardson, Dan. That 70 to 80 mile an hour wind remains a concern for Dallas County, where we have that tornado warning in place. No official tornado on the ground as of right now. That is radar indicated rotation. We also had 65 mile per hour straight line winds in Denton, with many large tree limbs down along I-35, the north shoulder of I-35E. We have new severe thunderstorm warnings issued for Grayson, Ellis, and Hill counties, but those winds are 60 miles an hour, so it is those are not as intense as what we are seeing in parts of Dallas and Tarrant counties and Collin County as well. So we've got now even more counties, as expected, in these thunderstorm warnings. Do we have access to
our downtown Dallas tower camera? Can we look? Are we looking west with that? Would be nice to see that if we could. Here's the line of severe storms. It extends from the Sherman-Denison area all the way down now into western Dallas County and into Johnson County as well. Most of this is severe thunderstorm warnings for wind gusts that could be anywhere from 60 to maybe as high as 80 miles an hour. But the National Weather Service did just in the last 5 minutes issue a tornado warning here for this portion of the storm in Dallas County. So let's go in for a closer look. Okay, there we go. That's downtown Dallas right now, and that's not as much light as you would typically see. And we could be seeing some power outages now affect Dallas County. We've had nearly 100,000 people already knocked out with power. Most of those customers in Tarrant County. We're going to see those numbers continue to balloon as this line of severe storms heads through Dallas County. But that's not as many city lights that I am accustomed to seeing there in Dallas County. And that very well could be due to the fact that we are looking west into the teeth of these storms, and as those winds blow in, they are knocking out power. So we've got the scope out right now. No doubt there's some intense wind that is blowing through East Arlington, the Grand Prairie area, into the Cockrell Hill area of Dallas, southwest of downtown Dallas. These high winds are also going to be blowing into Duncanville, more than likely Cedar Hill, the Oak Cliff section of Dallas as well. So batten down the hatches in these areas here. We could also see a tornado spun up here. There is indication now of some rotation embedded within the line of storms here, very close to the apex of this bow here. So we're going to trace that out. It's moving along east at around 40 to 45 miles an hour. So that puts it in Dallas at 641, Mesquite at 654, Seagoville at 701. And I hesitate a little bit to go beyond that because weather changes so much and it rarely stays steady state like that. But if it were, it would put it in Kaufman at 717 and Kemp at 732. But regardless of whether or not we see a tornado spun up, this does appear to be one of the more intense areas for wind damage, straight line winds in excess of 70 miles an hour. And you notice how ragged this line is. It's not a smooth edge. And one of the reasons for that is you get certain parts of the line that accelerate more so than others due to these very high wind gusts. And so this is a typical shape of what we call a QLCS in the meteorology world here. So you've got a squall line, you've got very high wind gusts within this squall line. Embedded within this line of severe thunderstorms, there are areas of rotation that can spin up tornadoes. So we've done another track here. Plano, 636, Wiley, 649, Bonham at 704, Greenville at 721, Commerce at 7:30 for the leading edge of this line of storms. Let's continue to go southbound again, heading north and south along this line of storms here. We've been measuring routinely wind gusts of 65 to 70, occasionally as high as 80 miles an hour. DFW had a wind gust close to 70 miles an hour when the leading edge moved through there about 5 or 10 minutes ago. So I'll step out of the way. Dallas, downtown Dallas, 642. Garland, 651. Rockwall, 704. Seagoville, 711. And Terrell at 724. And again, we've got that tornado warning that continues. It includes Irving. It includes downtown Dallas, DeSoto, the Oak Cliff section of Dallas as well, Lancaster, the Wilmer-Hutchins area, all in this tornado polygon that goes as far south and east to Seagoville and Paris. Could see a spin-up tornado here with Doppler radar indicating rotation embedded within this line of severe storms. Let's go a little farther south, and you can see some outflow too. There is a little cool outflow heading out of the actual line of storms. What does that mean? Well, if you live in Itasca, in the next couple of minutes, you're going to feel some very cool thunderstorm winds. The winds will pick up. And then in a few minutes after that, that's when you'll start to see the intense rain falling with the actual line itself. Midlothian, 647. Red Oak at 658. Hillsborough, 708. Ennis at 721. Blooming Grove at 734. Let's even go one more time, a little farther on the far southern end of this line. It doesn't appear to be quite as intense, the southern end of this line here, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to stay that way, because I do believe as we head into this evening, as we head farther east, winds may become low-level winds, may become a little bit more favorable to generate some low-level wind shear and the possibility maybe of some more spin-up tornadoes. But everyone here in Bosque County, much of Hill County now under a severe thunderstorm warning, and all of Ellis County under a severe thunderstorm warning as well. But we've got that tornado warning. Anything new at all in the chat session, Allie? Damage reports, measured wind gusts, anything that you can add to the conversation here?
Yeah, so we have had reports of a partial building collapse at La Azteca in Little Elm. That's West El Dorado Parkway and Lobo Lane. We've also had reports of wind gusts still in excess of 65 miles an hour, really up and down the entire line. We did have a gust over 60 miles an hour in Arlington not that long ago. And at DFW, our measured wind gust at 6:30 was 71 miles per hour.
So that was a 70-mile-an-hour wind gust at
DFW.
At DFW. Okay, so again, these are, you don't see this too often here, that it's just routine as this line comes through. Winds are gusting over 60 to 70 miles an hour, and in some cases they're gusting to 80 miles an hour. So we're no doubt going to see reports of damage here with fences being blown down, large tree limbs breaking off, power lines being downed. We continue to see more and more power outages as this line moves through. The latest figure I saw was at least 100,000 power outages, most of those customers in Tarrant County, but that number is going to continue to go up as this line blows through Dallas County. You can see, again, if you do lose power, and you can't see us on television, remember you still have the WAP. You can follow us there, at least live radar there. Hopefully you've got a NOAA weather radio as well with the battery backup that can give you warnings as well in case your power goes out, and you can still get additional weather information there. But our line now has, boy, it's moving right into the heart of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And hopefully, if right now you're in downtown Dallas, in one of those big high-rises, I would encourage you to get down to one of the lower floors. Same goes for being in a high-rise apartment building. Get down to one of those lower floors. If your apartment has a parking garage in the basement, that would be a good place to go as well. Again, these are not tornado warnings, but we're talking about severe thunderstorm wind gusts that are the equivalent of an EF0 tornado. 6:44 our arrival time in downtown Dallas, and we're showing right now. Is that a live look at downtown Dallas? Look at. Okay, by the Frank Crowley Courts building there, and it's looking pretty dark. Downtown Dallas usually looks a lot lighter than that, but I think we're seeing the same issue that everybody else is seeing, and that is power being knocked out as these very strong winds continue to move through. Boy, that is a really telling picture there. There's a few lights on, but that's not nearly as lit up as it normally is by the Frank Crowley Courts building in downtown Dallas there. That is a live shot right now as these storms continue to move through. So there's our estimated arrival times. It is now 6:40. So this line is going to be moving right into downtown Dallas in the next few minutes. 6:51 Garland, 7:04 Rockwall, 7:18 in Greenville, 7:36 in the Kaufman area. And we still do have this tornado warning. We've not had any confirmed reports of any visual spottings of a tornado, but Doppler radar, the rotation evident on Doppler, was impressive enough, it was organized enough that the Weather Service did issue a tornado warning. And certainly that is a possibility for a tornado to spin up on the leading edge of this line of storms as it continues to barrel eastward at about 45 miles an hour. We continue heading southbound here. Let's go south now, the Metroplex, for a few minutes and track these storms down through Johnson County and Ellis County, as those areas are also under severe thunderstorm warnings. Notice some outflow is running out ahead of the line of storms. That's this thin green line here. So that's going to be cool thunderstorm winds out ahead of the main line itself that are going to generate some gusty winds. But then a few minutes after that goes through, that's when the rain picks up, and that's when even higher wind gusts pick up. Midlothian, 6:44, the arrival of the leading edge here. Waxahachie at 7 o'clock. Hillsborough, 7:08. Ennis, 7:25. And Blooming Grove at 7:35. And as it stands right now, the line doesn't look quite as impressive to our south, but I think we're at least talking about 60-mile-an-hour winds, maybe 65 with this line as it's moving through Johnson County, Bosque County, and will be overspreading much of Hill and Ellis counties over the next 20 to 30 minutes. So that's kind of a look at the radar. Allie, you continue to be dialed in there. Anything new from our chat session?
Just a moment ago, Dan, 76-mile-per-hour gust at Love Field in Dallas.
That is getting up there. 76 mile an hour wind gust now at Love Field. We had a 72 mile an hour wind gust at DFW. We had wind gusts of 70 miles an hour at Meacham, at Denton. So these 70 mile an hour wind gusts are pretty routine now through Dallas County. I'm sure it's the same story up around the Plano area, in McKinney and Collin County. We're gonna see some damage. I don't think there's really any doubt about that as this line continues to blow through. That's the downtown Dallas again, just watching one of our side cameras here of kind of the wind-swept rain. And there it is, there it's up. And notice now, if we were showing this on a normal day, believe me, folks, you'd be seeing a lot more light. But we've more than likely had some power outages here. And you can see the rain kind of sweeping across the downtown Dallas roads there, traffic moving along very slowly. At least that one light is still working at that particular intersection there. I can see green and red lights going on and off. Some street lights are on there, but looking off in the distance, looking west of downtown Dallas, it looked very dark a few minutes ago as that line was coming through there and more than likely knocking out some power. Here's a look back at Doppler radar right now as the storms continue to move through Grayson County. They're sub-severe up here, meaning we're not seeing winds 57 miles an hour or greater, but you folks already had a round of severe storms earlier this afternoon, those big supercells that produce the large hail, golf ball size and larger. We bring this storm eastward now. It will hit Wiley, the leading edge of it, 652, Bonham at 704. Cattle Mills at 7:15, Greenville at 7:24, Commerce at 7:36. Not seeing any large hail within this line of storms. That is good news. There could be some small hail, maybe some pennies, some dimes and nickels, but it doesn't look to me to be anything larger than that, just the pocket change. Here in Dallas County now, again, Love Field, a wind gust of 75 miles an hour within the last few minutes as the line came through there. Very high winds now blowing through downtown Dallas, heading towards Fair Park into the DeSoto area. They could easily be in excess of 70 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Allie?
We have our velocity scope up on air right now, and it's tough to see, but it appears that the circulation is tightening up a bit in southeast Dallas within this current warning. So the tornado warning continues. At this point, nothing confirmed on the ground, but that circulation is trying to intensify and tighten up. And again, this is moving generally southeast, that circulation, at a very fast clip. So I'm going to just take the leading edge of that and take that out a little bit faster than what we've seen that northern extent of the line, Dan. So we're looking at DeSoto 649, Seagoville 704, and if it holds together, Crandall 710, Kaufman 721. So you see the National Weather Service actually just trimmed that tornado warning ever so slightly. So if I zoom in here, this in Dallas County, we're talking Hutchins, Wilmer, Seagoville, and then really anyone along I-45 here from Hutchins to Wilmer, and then along 175 towards Seagoville down.
Yeah, we want everybody really here in the Metroplex to be in a safe place right now. So an interior room, lowest floor available, away from exterior walls or windows. Every home is different, so sometimes your interior room could be a closet, sometimes it's a bathroom. Bathrooms are generally good places if they're in the center of your home because they afford you a little extra security because of the plumbing in the walls. That plumbing can reinforce those walls. Get in the bathtub. If you have time, get a mattress or some thick blankets to put over your head. But that tornado warning, it only affects a very small portion now of Dallas County, southeast Dallas, the Wilmer-Hutchins area, down to Ferris, and as far to the east to Seagoville and into the Combine area here. Again, this is not a confirmed tornado, but it's rotation that is being detected on Doppler radar that could be telling us we have a developing tornado here. Keep in mind the tornado watch continues for much of North Texas until 10 o'clock tonight, and literally all along this line of storms we've got severe thunderstorm warnings for wind gusts of 70 miles an hour in some cases, maybe up to 80 miles an hour. We've been getting wind gusts over the last 5 to 10 minutes at DFW of 72. Love Field, I believe, was a 76 mile per hour wind gust. But there's our warnings right now. Looks like now, did they put Grayson County under a warning, Allie?
Did, and they actually added a few of our far southeastern counties into a tornado watch, Dan.
So now this entire area is under severe thunderstorm warnings. Sherman Denison all the way down through much of the Metroplex, Johnson County, Ellis County, a good part of Hill County into Bosque County. And we have had a new tornado watch go out. So you folks down in Mejia and Fairfield and Palestine that were not in that previous tornado watch, you now are under a tornado watch as well. So there will be the threat of some spin-up tornadoes along the leading edge of this line of storms. But again, even if we don't get one of those tornadoes, we are getting plenty of wind, very strong winds along the leading edge of this line of storms as it moves east at roughly about 40 to 45 miles an hour. And already several reports of damage that were done earlier today as the line came through Parker County and Palo Pinto County. And I'm sure it's obviously going to be a little bit hard to get out and look for damage right now. It's even not safe to do that, but I'm sure we're going to get damage reports pouring in here over the next couple to few hours once this line of storms passes by to the east and the weather lets up a bit. We can tell you that back behind the line in Fort Worth and in Denton, Granbury, Glen Rose, Weatherford, Decatur, again, you're on the back side of this line now, so your severe weather threat has diminished greatly, if not ended completely. It's really going to be about a 30-minute period of time where you get this very intense activity with a line of storms. That is going to be your severe weather. Once that pushes through, the temperatures are going to drop, the winds are going to die off, and you're going to be in much, much better shape. Allie?
Dan, we've had a 72-mile-an-hour gust measured just recently in McKinney, also an 80-mile-an-hour gust in the area of New Hope in Collin County, with transformers blowing, power out in many areas. And you can see on our radar, we've added some new polygons. Hunt, Rockwall, Kaufman counties now under severe thunderstorm warnings, and that is for the destructive winds up to 80 miles per hour. So we're seeing these warnings get extended downstream. Not surprised. We have not seen any weakening here along this line. So a large portion of North Texas dealing with these damaging winds. The good news, this is moving quickly. So as you mentioned earlier, you get about 30 minutes of this severe threat, and then back behind that initial line, while it's still raining, it's not as intense and not as severe. So there are some bowing segments along this line. So with that being said, the severe thunderstorm warnings also have a tag of tornado possible in a few sections, Dan, just because a brief spin up still cannot be ruled out in a lot of these areas.
Yeah, it's been a long time, Allie, that I can recall a line of severe storms like this just routinely triggering these measured wind gusts of 65 to 70 to 75 miles an hour. And we're getting that all along this line of storms now as it pushes through Collin County and Dallas County with these very high destructive wind gusts here. And as Allie said, we've got new warnings now that have been extended eastward for Hunt County, Rockwall County, Kaufman County, now all under severe thunderstorm warnings for wind gusts that could be as high as 80 miles an hour, and the possibility that we could see a tornado spawn. And where we watch for that usually is on kind of the leading edge where the line starts to bow out a little bit. You can get a little area of rotation and you can spin up a tornado. Nothing that's really sticking out like that right now along this portion of the line. We've done some estimated arrival times here. Bonham 7:02. Roy City at 7:07, Greenville 7:18, Commerce 7:32, and Paris up in Lamar County at 7:50. We did have what we believe was a confirmed tornado earlier today out in far eastern Hopkins County around the town of Picton that did some damage to at least 5 separate homes there. But that's, at least as of right now, the only confirmed tornado, or what we believe will be a confirmed tornado that we know about. Let's go a little farther south along this line of severe thunderstorms that is moving through the area, really right on cue in that rush hour time frame. Hopefully you got home well ahead of the line of storms pushing through. We would caution you, if you're in your offices here just ahead of this line of storms in eastern Dallas County, Rockwall County, stay put. Don't try to get out there and race home ahead of this line of storms, because it's moving at a very fast clip at 45 miles an hour. And the last thing you want to do is be stuck in traffic on slow conditions and have this line overtake you where you are in your vehicle. We've had reports of vehicles literally being moved on the road by these very strong winds, especially high-profile vehicles like SUVs and trucks. 654 Mesquite, 705 Forney, 720 Terrell, 729 Kaufman, 742 the arrival time of the leading edge of this line of storms as it's moving east. I think at minimum, you're going to likely see 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. On the higher end, you could see 75, close to 80 mile an hour winds. A hurricane force wind gust is 74 miles an hour or greater, and we've already seen several of those here in North Texas with this line of severe storms. We still have a very small portion of southeastern Dallas County with that red that's under that tornado warning. That's not a confirmed tornado, but that's where the radar is impressive enough that we continue the tornado warning there. Allie?
Yeah, that warning goes for 10 more minutes, Dan, and the National Weather Service will then let it expire. There has been enough weakening that they feel that this is now just a damaging wind threat. But keep in mind, the damaging winds are on the order of 70 to 80 miles an hour in some parts of this line. So the tornado warning will expire in 10 minutes. But notice this entire line still producing very strong winds. There's also another area that has been kind of bowing out in northern Hill County. So we'll watch that. 60 to 70 mile an hour winds possible. When it comes to our power outages, we're now at more than 250,000 folks being impacted. Almost 95,000 in Tarrant, 85,000 in Dallas County alone, close to 40,000 in Collin County.
That's a big number. That's 250,000 people now in the Metroplex that are without power, as these strong winds have more than likely knocked down power lines and knocked out transformers here. So we'll continue to see that number likely go up before we see the service restored to customers perhaps later on this evening. There's a look at the southern end of our line of storms here. Itasca, your estimated arrival time 6:56. Hillsborough is 7:07. West at 7:22. Blooming Grove at 7:36. And Hubbard at 7:43. Again, the line down to our south doesn't look quite as impressive, quite as organized as it is a little farther north in the Metroplex, but we're still likely generating at least 60 to 65 mile an hour winds on the tail end of this line of severe storms as it moves east. You notice it's a little bit kind of more muddy, so to speak. Ahead of the line itself, it's a little more ragged shaped, doesn't look as impressive, the radar signature, and that more than likely is indicative of winds that are not quite as strong as what we're dealing with a little farther north here in the Metroplex. As Ali said, our tornado warning will be allowed to expire for southeastern Dallas County. The rotation not as organized or impressive as it was when the warning was issued about 20 minutes ago, so that's good news. But, you know, downstream from this line, we've got literally all the counties now under severe thunderstorm warnings. That includes Fannin County, Hunt County, Rockwall County, Kaufman County, and Ellis County. Winds, I think, minimum 50 to 60 miles an hour, but we've been seeing routinely winds measured at 70, 72, 75, 77 miles an hour, and occasionally we'll get a report of a wind gust over 80 miles an hour as the line of storms has been moving through these highly populated areas, Collin County and Dallas County as well. And as we stated, we now have 250,000 people here most of those in the greater Dallas-Fort Worth area that are without power. That's how strong these storms are, knocking down power lines and also perhaps transformers themselves, blowing those out, and in the process knocking out whole neighborhoods with power. But the line extends now literally from the Red River all the way down into Hill County to our south and west. The good news is a couple of things. Number one, we're not seeing any large hail cores embedded within this line of storms. Earlier today, when we saw those initial supercells, we were getting golf ball and larger size hail. Now, if hail is falling, it's likely small. It's dimes, it's pennies, it's nickels, maybe up to the size of quarters. But we don't see any impressive hail cores here, and we don't see any organized rotation, any persistent rotation. So once this tornado warning expires here, that's it for the tornado warnings, and they have been relatively few that have been issued so far. Good news today, but this line continues to move east, and there still will be the potential for as late as 10, maybe 11 o'clock tonight in our far eastern counties to see a spin-up tornado. The worst of it, though, is over if you live in Denton, if you live in Fort Worth, if you live in the Flower Mound and Trophy Club area. You folks now are on the back side of this line. It's still raining there. There still could be some gusty winds, but the air has cooled down substantially. It has stabilized, and we really don't see any more severe weather once the line pushes through. So you're going to get hit really hard for about 30 minutes with this squall line. And once that 30 minutes passes, then you're going to be looking much, much better on the backside of this intense squall line. Same story here back in Granbury and Glenrose, Stephenville. You folks, Weatherford on the backside of the line. Severe weather threat in those areas is pretty much over with, but it will continue all along the line of storms here and points east for a good part yet of this evening. The tornado watch is in effect until 10 o'clock tonight. Allie?
We are still getting reports of wind gusts to 70 miles an hour. We had a 68 mile an hour gust in Garland recently, Dan. We've also had a 70 mile an hour gust, in McKinney once again. And we've had reports of overturned vehicles on 75. Unsure of whether that is in Dallas or Collin County right now, but reports of overturned vehicles as well as power flashes around parts of McKinney and New Hope. As you mentioned, the thunderstorm warnings that were in effect for Grayson, Denton, and Tarrant counties, those are now over. They've expired, so that intensity has gone down. It's the leading edge where we still have the warnings in place, so that includes Fannin, central and eastern parts of Collin. Same goes for Dallas County, Rockwall, Hunt, as well as Kaufman and Point southward. Ellis Johnson remains in that warning, but already western Johnson County looking a whole lot better, Dan, compared to just a little while ago. And that southern extent of our line still capable of about 60 mile an hour gusts, maybe 65. There were reports of a funnel cloud near Lampasas. That is the one tornado warn cell that we have south of Gatesville right now.
Let's talk about these eastern areas here. So for instance, let's say you live in Fairfield or Athens, the Canton area, Emory. You're still well ahead of this line of storms. If you live in a mobile home, it's a good bet right now to find a friend or a family member in a well-constructed home and spend the next few hours there. Or if your mobile home park has a designated shelter, to ride it out there, because we're talking about high-end winds here that are the equivalent of an EF0 tornado, wind gusts of 70 to 75, occasionally 80 miles an hour. Not going to be safe to ride those type of winds out in a mobile home. So again, we're talking about folks that live way out to the east of this line, where you still have time to leave where you are and get to a local sturdy shelter, designated shelter, or maybe a friend or family's that lives within a few miles. So I'm not advising people to get out on the road and make a half-hour trip right now. Somebody that lives very close to you, where you live, if you live in a mobile home, or for that matter, another home that you don't feel safe in. If you don't feel you've got a tornado safe place or a safe shelter from the high winds that we're experiencing here that are the equivalent of one of these low-end tornadoes. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue for the Waco area, all of Hillsborough, Ellis County, Dallas County, Kaufman County, Rockwall County, really all along this line of severe thunderstorms here. Warnings are going out for winds anywhere from 60 to maybe as high as 80 miles an hour. And we've seen several measured wind gusts in excess of 72 up to 80 miles an hour. Pretty intense again here up in Fannin County. Thought maybe we'd get a break here, but here we go again. We've got more severe weather that'll be heading eastbound through Fannin County, and there could be some small hail in here. Notice where you're seeing some of these darker red colors. It's not large hail in all likelihood, but I wouldn't be surprised if we're getting some dimes and pennies and nickels and a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning activity, a cluster of those lightning strikes there, literally lighting up the sky around Whitewright and the Bonham area and Leonard. We go southbound here, and we got to monitor the line of the storms. Where we see it starting to bow out in some places, it's at the apex of that bow, the leading edge of that bow, where you can get these spin-up tornadoes. And we may have seen that already in a couple instances. We shared with you some video earlier around the Mineral Wells area. Certainly looked like those winds and that dust were swirling enough that it could have been what we call a gustnado on the leading edge of the really strong, gusty thunderstorm winds. Heading farther south, intense weather going on right now around Garland and Mesquite, East Dallas. We're talking about rainfall rates here of likely 2 inches per hour. Could be causing some localized flooding, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning activity, and more than likely some 70-mile-an-hour winds possible here in far eastern Dallas County, moving into Rockwall County. And these high winds are going to be now blowing into Kaufman County. So that means you folks in Terrell and Kaufman and Rosser and Kemp will be subject to the possibility of damaging winds here in the next 20 to 30 minutes. You notice the actual width of this line, it's probably only about 15 to 20 miles wide. So you're going to have about 30 minutes of very intense weather, very high winds, very heavy rain, cloud-to-ground lightning, maybe some small hail, and then the worst will pass you by. So, for instance, it's a much different story now back in Fort Worth than it was about an hour ago when the leading edge was coming through there. They're getting rain still at this point in time. But the winds have calmed down considerably. The temperatures have cooled off. It's more stable once the line does go through. And you can see more intense activity as well down to the south. That's I-20 and Polk in Dallas County. So this is South Dallas here. And the traffic light's still on there, but boy, the rain is really coming down. There was a flash of lightning there. And you can see some pretty intense activity moving through there at this point in time. Allie, anything new from the chat session?
You know, Dan, we still have wind gusts possible 70 to 80 miles per hour out ahead of this line of storms here. So all of our counties that remain in warnings, damaging winds remain the greatest threat. There is, however, some mid-level rotation up here in Fannin County. So the National Weather Service keeping an eye on it, as we are as well. This is quite far from our radar site, so we won't be able to see low-level rotation. However, there is at least some weak mid-level rotation in this. Regardless, this is capable of very strong winds on the order of 60 to 70 miles an hour as it moves through the area of Bonham, and that small hail potential remains there as well. So this is really traveling west to east along Highway 82, approaching Bonham right now, eventually moving into Honey Grove. I'll do a track for just this specific area where we have some of that mid-level rotation as it heads eastward. Will be in Leonard, well, pretty much right now moving into Leonard, but Honey Grove 724, Sumner 740, Paris by 750, and just before 8 o'clock in the area of Reno. Damaging winds at this point still the greatest concern here, but some weak rotation. we are still watching that. I did just get an emergency management report of 65-mile-an-hour gusts at I-30 and FM 551. So those stronger winds are continuing to move eastward here as we go through Collin and Dallas counties, heading into Rockwall and Hunt County as well. So all of this line can still produce winds in excess of 60 miles an hour. I'll track this portion of the line right now for you to give you an updated arrival estimate here. Forney 710, so pretty much in the next couple of minutes. Greenville 721, Commerce by 730, 747 for Wills Point, and right at 8 o'clock, give or take a few minutes, in Sulphur Springs. So we do want to take some video here.
Yeah, this is pretty good. Look at that come down there. That's a big tree branch that was literally snapped off of that large tree. This is Hearst. I believe we've rewound the video now. You can see the intense storm here. It was coming through Hearst probably about an hour or so ago. And with time, those winds really are too much for the tree branches here. And those are large tree branches. There it goes, snaps. And that's a scene that will likely repeat itself thousands of times over the Dallas-Fort Worth area as this line of storms moves through. And when those tree branches snap like that on power lines, that's what's generating all these power outages. We're now at 250,000 people here, largely in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, that are without power or that have suffered power outages late this afternoon and early this evening for those high winds. So great video there out of Hearst. This likely occurred within the hour as the line of storms was moving through there. So our severe thunderstorm warnings continue for Fannin County, for Collin County, Hunt County, Rockwall County, Kaufman County here. We're talking easily wind gusts of 60 miles an hour, but they could be as high as 80 miles an hour in a few isolated instances. We've had several measured wind gusts when the line was blowing through, let's say, Dallas County, Love Field. We had a measured wind gust there of about 77 miles an hour. We had a 72-mile-an-hour wind gust in McKinney. We had close to 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts at NASJRB, close to 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts at Denton, a 72-mile-an-hour wind gust at DFW Airport. So it's been routine. Look at this. Now we've got some issues going on here. Allie, do you have any? This is Highway 114 in Estes, I believe. So right near DFW Airport. Yeah, near DFW Airport. It looks like that 18-wheeler has pretty much jackknifed. Several of the lanes are closed on 115. Yeah, that's Esters Boulevard and 114. So traffic moving through there very slowly, Dan. Those damaging winds, in that area, we had reports between 70 and 80 miles an hour with that rain basically coming down in curtains. Yeah, and I'm sure in some cases you're going to see these tractor trailers that could be tipped over by the high winds, and then you got to get a big wrecker out there to lift it back upright. Don't know if that's what may have happened here, but for sure, we know it jackknifed at least. And when a big truck like that jackknifes on a major highway, it shuts down a few lanes. And so traffic is moving very slowly through that portion of 114, very close to DFW Airport, Esters Boulevard. That's right there pretty much at the airport there. That is going to be tying things up there. So we encourage you to stay off the roadways if you at all possibly can. Let this line of storms move through. And then if you do need to travel later this evening, be cautious, because there's going to be incidents just like this, maybe down trees, down power lines, blocking roadways as well. Allie? So let's get back to our radar, please. I have to talk about this new tornado warning issue. This was the area that I was tracking in Fannin County. This is radar indicated rotation over Bonham State Park, pretty much near Bonham, moving east close to 50 miles an hour. So this is the area we were discussing, generally moving east northeast at this point near Bonham. There is a hail core, but hail is not the greatest concern here. The leading edge of this is where we've got that rotation, Dan.
Dan, and again, moving close to, they're saying about 50 miles an hour. I think 45 to 50 is pretty much what we'll kind of estimate here. So we're looking at Dodge City by 7:12, Honey Grove 7:24, Sumner 7:44, 7:51 for Paris, and just after 8 o'clock for Blossom. Now, this is radar indicated, as mentioned, so it's not necessarily on the ground, and it could even weaken some by the time it gets to portions of Lamar County.
Yeah, and there's our tornado warning polygon that includes Dodge City. It's very close to Wolf City. You're technically just outside of it, but close enough that you should be taking your tornado safe precautions. That warning box continues through Honey Grove and on into western portions of Lamar County. We can get this velocity scope out. I will caution you, though, when we look at these velocities, Doppler radar can measure winds toward and away from the radar, but we're up several thousand feet above ground level, and we do show the red and green couplet here, so motion toward and away from the radar, that's indicating rotation. It's located very close to Bonham. Along the Highway 82 corridor here, we could have a developing tornado as we speak. And for that reason, a tornado warning has been issued not only for this part of Fannin County, including Bonham, but heading east into Lamar County as well, including the town of Honey Grove. The warning does not include at this point in time Paris, but you folks there in Paris, you need to be taking your precautions as well. Same story north of Paris and Powderly as well, because this storm is going to be moving in your direction over the next 20 to 30 to 40 minutes. So again, you want to be in the lowest floor available, away from exterior walls or windows. You do not want to be near those windows looking out in case debris is blown and shatters the glass. Bathroom, a closet, a pantry, depending upon your particular home. Again, the idea is you want to put as many walls between you and what's blowing outside there, and these very, very strong winds. And in this case, they could be tornadic winds here associated with this storm that's located very close to the bottom area. And so we do have a new tornado warning that's been issued here for Fannin County, including Bonham and Honey Grove. And additional severe storms could be whipping up winds as high as 80 miles an hour. And we have seen that in several instances already. Allie? Oh boy, some very impressive some video here. Is that what we're getting ready to show?
Yeah, that's what we're getting ready to show. So this is at a quick trip in Fort Worth at Beach Street, I believe. Potential gustnado there, Dan, so you can actually see all of that debris flying, the wind going. That was in Fort Worth, taken earlier today.
Yeah, that's North Fort Worth, so we're talking Beach Street. Actually, the Weather Service office is at 820 in Beach.
Wow,
boy, there you go.
There you go.
That is some impressive wind there. That looked like, I mean, maybe a portion of a roof or a trampoline, but it's along the leading edge there, and you can clearly see that where these high winds can swirl and generate a brief spin-up tornado. And that's very well what you could be looking at there in far north Fort Worth. And there it goes. There's a very large piece of debris. This probably happened, I would say, about 45 minutes to an hour ago as it came through far north Fort Worth. So. And we continue to see the potential for something just like that. So our thanks to that particular viewer who shared that. And you can see all the dust, too, that was swirling with those very, very strong winds. And we're continuing. Drew Nicholson, thanks to you for sharing that with us. So we've got the tornado warning in effect. Bonham, Honey Grove, Ladonia into western Lamar County. It's not confirmed as we know right now, but radar is showing very impressive rotation that could be indicating a developing tornado. As we head farther south through Farmersville, Roy City, we're not seeing indications of rotation, but we are seeing indications of very high wind, 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. In some instances, these wind gusts may reach up to 80 miles an hour. And this line of storms continues farther southward here. Intense rain. Again, you're going to get a good 20 to 30 minutes of very intense weather. and then things will start to calm down after this intense squall line passes through. But it's currently doing business right now in Mesquite, McClendon, Chisholm, Rockwall, Seagoville, Ferris, Waxahachie, down towards the Maypearl area, and we're kicking up some very high winds in all those areas. Allie?
I'm going to do something a little different here. I'm just going to take the radar off for a second so you can see Collin and Dallas counties warnings have expired. So with the leading edge now heading out of Dallas and Collin counties, it's Hunt, Rockwall, Kaufman, and Ellis that remain with those thunderstorm warnings. So the bulk of the Metroplex no longer dealing with the severe winds, still have rain and lightning, but nothing severe at this point in time. The leading edge can still produce 60 to 70 mile per hour gusts. Recently, I've seen some reports of about 65 miles an hour. We had that in the area of Celeste in Collin County. Also, Johnson County no longer in that warning, too. So it's good to note that Johnson, Dallas, Collin, as well as Grayson, westward, that is where we no longer have the warnings in effect, and just out ahead of our line is where we have those warnings continuing.
Yeah, and all that said, we still have a tornado watch that remains in effect for all areas along the line and points to the east and southeast, where we could see a tornado spun up along the leading edge of this line of severe thunderstorms. Sometimes the winds caused by these spin-up tornadoes may be hard to tell the difference between those and straight line winds of 75 to 80 miles an hour. They're both going to do about the same type of damage. And so that's why we're really pleading with people, urging people to take this as serious as if there was a tornado warning issued, because these 70 to 75, occasionally 80 mile an hour wind gusts are every bit the equivalent of what we would see with an EF0 tornado. And this line of storms continues to prompt warnings down to our south, in Ellis County, in Hill County, now across all of Navarro County, Corsicana, Streetman. You folks are under severe thunderstorm warnings, as well as Mejia and down towards the Grosbeck areas, as this line will continue heading eastbound in your direction. And we'll continue to be very vigilant here, watching the radar, because winds may turn a little more to the southeast at the surface here ahead of this line of storms. And that little additional turning of the wind from southeast to south to southwest as you go up the lowest 2,000 feet in the atmosphere, we call that low-level wind shear. And if that gets intense enough, we could spin up some more tornadoes. So you notice, too, that the line is beginning to accelerate just a little bit more here on the east side of Hillsborough. That could be indicative of some very strong gusty winds.
Yeah, at this point, Dan, the severe thunderstorm warning that includes Freestone, Limestone, Henderson, and Navarro, that's for 60 mile an hour gusts and pocket change sized hail. And as you mentioned, it is moving a little bit faster than what we saw earlier. So I'm going to take the leading edge of this activity and shift it out to about 45 miles an hour. This will be in the area of Mart by 7:54, Corsicana just before 8 o'clock, Mejia by about 8:15. So you'll likely get the stronger winds a few minutes prior to that heavier rain actually coming down. To the north we go. We did have reports. Terrell has sounded their sirens for the damaging wind threat. So if you're hearing sirens, that is what it's for. We also have an emergency manager report of the roof being peeled off of the Amazon building in Balch Springs. First responders are en route right now, Dan, to confirm that. So as soon as we get more information, we'll let you know if that is confirmed.
Yeah, I'm afraid, Allie, we're going to see widespread wind damage from these storms due to the nature of these high wind gusts. In some cases, we're talking hurricane force wind gusts, 74 miles an hour or greater. We've had measurements of that in several instances at some of our major reporting sites here. So roofs being peeled off, certainly trees being knocked down, power lines being knocked down, windows being shattered by blowing debris out there, whether that's in your home or vehicles. And again, it's been really intense here for the last couple of hours, so folks really haven't been able to get out and survey the damage yet. But a little bit later this evening, once the line passes through, I'm sure we're going to have more reports flooding into the newsroom here of damage from these storms. Leading edge now extends from roughly Greenville to Terrell to just east of Seagoville right now, and it's just about into Ennis. And again, it's right along that leading edge where you get your highest wind gusts and where we have to watch out very closely for some rotation. We could see some spin-up tornadoes. We've already shown you video here on the air, at least of a few instances where it appears that where we may have had some tornadoes spin up. We do have our tornado warning that continues here for Fannin County, including Bonham and Dodge City and Honey Grove. It's really right along this Highway 82 corridor here. Doppler radar indicating rotation that could be a developing tornado. Keep in mind, though, the limitations of Doppler radar as that radar beam goes farther and farther out from the site. And we're talking about down in Benbrook right now. It goes up in elevation, so we're not able to show you low-level rotation here. The rotation that we're showing you is several thousand feet above the surface, and really the only way we could confirm 100% that there is a tornado here is a trained set of eyes on the ground looking at it. And even that is going to be hard to do at this hour now that it's past sunset, it's dark, and we've got very heavy rain that may be concealing the circulation itself. But you need to assume that we've got a tornado in progress here in Fannin County around the Bonham and Dodge City areas. And you can see that tornado warning polygon goes as far east as Sumner in Lamar County on the west side of Paris. So anyone living in that red box there, you need to be in your tornado safe shelter. Again, lowest floor, away from exterior walls or windows, in a closet or a bathroom or maybe a pantry. Make sure that you've got some head protection, a thick mattress, some thick blankets, cushions from your sofa, just in case you were to lose a wall or lose the roof over your head. It gives you added head protection. Line of storms continues south of there into Hunt County through the city of Greenville right now. It's looking a little bit ragged, but even when this line has looked a little bit ragged on the radar presentation, we still have been getting very high wind gusts out of it here. Measured wind gusts around Collin County, McKinney area were well over 70 miles an hour. We had a measured wind gust at Love Field when it came through there of 77. DFW registered a wind gust of 72 miles an hour. The line continues now a little farther south into the Terrell area. We did have a tornado warning earlier this evening for southeastern Dallas County. That has lifted. So we don't see a tornado threat at this point in time. It's just heavy rain now coming down in those areas. Oak Cliff, the DeSoto area, Lancaster over towards Seagoville. Heading farther south, severe thunderstorm warnings continue here in Ellis County. It is intense rain coming down around Ennis and Italy and Waxahachie. We're talking about rainfall rates likely 2 inches per hour, and those winds continue with the line down through the Waco area as well. So tornado watch remains in effect essentially along that line of storms and points east until 10 o'clock tonight.
Sean Rabb, I-20, I-45.
Sean Rabb, I-20, I-45. So this is south of Dallas. This is roughly southeastern Dallas County here, and you can see the lightning still kind of lighting up the sky there. They got hit by some very heavy winds earlier today. They were way out west along the Parker-Tarrant County line. Our thanks to Sean and John Gannan, who's driving along there, for giving us views on the roadway of those intense storms as they continue to move eastbound. So our warnings now extend as far east as Fairfield and the Kearns area here, east of Corsicana, Richland, Wortham, Mejia. You are all in severe thunderstorm warnings here. I know the storms haven't reached you yet, but they will. They're not going to fall apart. They are going to continue to march eastward here, moving at about a 40 to 45 mile an hour pace, and they will bring with them some very high wind gusts. We're doing another track here. Tracking the leading edge eastward brings it to Ennis at 731. Axtell at 738, Corsicana 754, Gun Barrel City at 808, and Mexia at 8:15 this evening. So we are not quite at 7:30 right now. If you do live, let's say, in Mexia or Gun Barrel City, in these areas, in a mobile home, you still have precious time where if you've got a friend or a neighbor who lives real close by, I'm talking within a couple miles, you can get there and spend the next few hours with them if you don't feel safe in your mobile home riding out the storm. And when we're talking about wind gusts that could be in excess of 70 miles an hour, that could certainly place you in danger being in a mobile home for those really high winds. But again, we're talking about areas still well east of the line of storms. If you're closer in Rice or Corsicana area, you need to stay where you are right now. You don't venture out on the roadways and try to hightail it out of there, because then you're going to be placing yourself in even more harm's way. We time out the line of storms here. Kaufman, 7:35 estimated arrival time. Point at 7:44. Wills Point at 7:53. Canton at 8:10. And Grand Saline at 8:19 this evening. All you folks under severe thunderstorm warnings for wind gusts, probably minimum 50 to 55 miles an hour, but they could be, in some cases, in excess of 70 miles an hour. Not sure what the highest official measured wind gust has been, but we've had unofficial wind gusts of over 80 miles an hour already, and maybe 85 this evening. Allie?
The good news is that lately we've been seeing wind gusts a little bit lower. So anyone that's in a warning right now, winds will gust as high as 70. We are not expecting anything greater than that at this point in time, because we have seen at least a little bit of weakening. I want to take some video from earlier today. This is from our tornado in the area of Picton in Hopkins County. So you can see some of the damage there. So that was a spotter, actually, train spotter said there is a tornado on the ground. That area is still pretty far from our radar, so we couldn't see the rotation on radar, but definite damage there from a tornado. And that was one of the individual cells, supercells that we had earlier today, Dan.
Yeah, our thanks to Jesse for sharing that video clip. You can clearly see the fences that are blown down there, some trees that are snapped, some power lines that are down. And we were told that there were at least 5 separate homes that suffered damage in Picton in far eastern Hopkins County on the east side of Sulphur Springs as that tornado hit there earlier today. Again, that was from one of those supercells that actually traveled northward from there on up towards Clarksville into Red River County. We are now up to 288,000 people either without power or that have suffered power outages already. Most of those in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Dallas County over 100,000, Tarrant County 92,000, Collin County over 50,000 customers affected by power outages tonight, as these very strong winds have well, in many cases, knocked tree limbs down into power lines, which has brought the power lines down, or in some cases have knocked out transformers. We've known that when we're seeing those flashes of light, those power flashes that indicate that. Tornado warning continues here for Fannin County, for western Lamar County, for probably another 15 to 20 minutes. There's been no confirmation of a tornado. This was based on Doppler radar indicated rotation. National Weather Service issued the tornado warning based on that, but you're still in the tornado warning if you live in the Honey Grove area here. Looks like you're in the clear on the back side of it, around the bottom area. You're behind that cell now, but if you live in Honey Grove, east along Highway 82, even as far east as Paris and the Powderly area here, we want you to be in your tornado-safe shelter in case we still have a tornado in progress heading off to the east-northeast there. It would be very, very difficult to see it. You just need to assume that that's the case here and go to your tornado-safe place. Heading farther south through Hunt County. Look, it's really intense right now around the Wolf City area. Rainfall rates likely at least 2 inches per hour. Cloud to ground lightning strikes. Could be some localized flooding going on as well, too, with these really high rainfall rates. Union Valley, just south of Interstate 30 here. Rain really coming down there. Notice our line is bowing out a little bit here, so this could be indicative of some very strong gusty winds moving across the Lake Tawakoni area, anywhere from 60 to maybe 70 miles an hour. National Weather Service has said the winds may have toned down a bit, so that would be good news that we're not getting those really high-end 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Looks like the high end, at least for right now, is 70 miles an hour with this squall line as it continues to move eastbound, heading a little farther south through Kaufman County. It's just now moving into the Kaufman area. Hasn't quite reached Kemp yet. It's just getting into Ennis right now, and Italy and the Blooming Grove, Mertens area, all seeing some pretty intense thunderstorm activity right now. And notice another little area here that's bowing out around Frost. That could be a sign of some enhanced winds in excess of 60, maybe up to 70 miles an hour. And these are going to be moving east in the direction of Corsicana here, it looks like, in the next 10 to 15 minutes. This line continues to move along at a good 40 to 45 mile an hour clip. The good news is this fast movement is meaning that in any one particular location, you're likely only going to experience about 30 minutes of really intense weather. And then once that moves through, then you get into an area like Cleburne and Blum, Meridian, and into the Clifton area where, yes, it's still raining, but the winds aren't nearly as strong. The cloud-to-ground lightning strikes tend to also diminish as well. Allie?
Yeah, Dan, we're taking video right now in Bishop Arts, which typically is lit up because there are lots of apartment buildings and homes, and there's really not a light in sight. So just one of the areas in and around Dallas that is without power right now.
Wow, that is, yeah, that is very, very dark indeed, as the power is out there in the Bishop Arts section of Dallas. That's North Oak Cliff, and you can see traveling along there, and that's the scene that's repeated itself time and time again. Right now, as it stands, we are approaching 300,000 people that are suffering from power outages here in the greater Dallas-Fort Worth area. Many of those in Dallas, Tarrant, and Collin counties. And again, our thanks. That's a live look right now in the Bishop Arts area, North Oak Cliff, just to the south of downtown Dallas, of the power outage there. So severe thunderstorm warnings continue here across all of Navarro County, down through the Mejia and Fairfield areas here. Wind gusts could be anywhere from 60 to maybe as high as 70 miles an hour. We're not seeing any large hail, so if there is hail falling, it's going to be the smaller variety. Pennies, dimes, nickels for the most part with this portion of the storm here. Not seeing any organized rotation either, so that's good news as well. We head a little farther northbound here. Good news. If you live in McKinney, in Denton, Dallas, Fort Worth, you are now pretty much in the clear. We don't see a severe weather threat in those areas. You are now behind this intense line of thunderstorms. Yes, it is still raining there. I want to caution you, though, because if you go outside and you are still hearing thunder, you are still close enough to be a target for a lightning strike. And so I'm not saying it's safe to go outside necessarily in this area. I'm just saying that the severe weather threat has greatly diminished, if not ended, in those areas behind the main line of thunderstorms here. As we head up through Greenville, Hunt County, you're still in the thick of it there with very heavy rain and gusty winds. Same story up around the Honey Grove area, and there is a little rotation still evident here. You can kind of see that on our radar animation over the last hour. Still have that small in aerial size tornado warning in effect. That's the small polygon there that extends from Honey Grove into western and northwestern portions of Lamar County. It does not include Paris, but it does include Sumner here. So we want you to still be in your tornado safe shelter there, again, for at least the next 10 to 15 minutes until this storm continues to move eastward. We've not gotten word yet from the National Weather Service as to whether they will continue that tornado warning beyond its expiration time. It's really hard this time of night, though, to get verification out here. And again, this was based on Doppler radar indicated rotation, and that rotation is several thousand feet above the ground. We can't show low-level rotation from a radar that's located nearly 100 miles away, because that radar beam with extended distance continues to go up and up with height because of the curvature of the Earth. And so we're showing mid-level rotation here in that portion of Lamar County, just west of Paris. Just rain coming down around Sherman and Denison. You folks have been hard hit a couple of times today by strong to severe thunderstorms, and likely most of the Metroplex now is seeing its worst weather pass by to the east. Allie?
Yeah, and Dan, we do have several viewers sending us video of damage. This is from Lori Benefield, and she's from Garland, and she's near Firewheel Town Center. And you can see it looks like fences are down, and she's attempting to get through a neighborhood, but I don't think that's going to happen at this point in time.
Yeah, and that's the problem you're going to run into as well. If you have plans to travel this evening, keep in mind there may be roads blocked due to debris, be it down trees or down fences, or debris that's just been blown away from structures that have been damaged. And that is going to really cause problems with folks getting around, and emergency officials in their response times tonight are going to be slowed down by the damage that we have seen and road blockages due to the high thunderstorm winds and the damage that they have caused. We still have a tornado watch in effect until 10 o'clock tonight. In essence, it's basically all along this line of storms and points east where that tornado watch continues. Farther west, behind the line of storms, we don't see the threat of tornadoes any longer. Allie?
New polygons have been put up there, Dan, the new yellow areas. So that includes Hopkins, Rains, Van Zandt counties, severe thunderstorm warnings for winds up to 70 miles per hour possible. So as you mentioned, yes, our tornado watch remains in effect until 10 o'clock. At this point, no significant rotation in those new warnings. So damaging winds remain the greatest threats from really the Red River southward out ahead of this line.
Yeah, we're pretty much going to make it a clean sweep today. I think every single county in North Texas, if you haven't been under a warning yet today, you will be under a warning with this squall line that has swept through just about 3/4 of the area now, with another quarter of North Texas to go as it's rambling east at about 40 to 45 miles an hour. So our new warnings include Delta County, Hopkins County, Lamar County, all of Van Zandt County now, Rains County, all under severe thunderstorm warnings for wind gusts that could top out at 70 miles an hour. And that is certainly strong enough to do some damage. Down trees and power lines, cause some minor roof damage. And in the case of a mobile home, it certainly could shift that mobile home, especially if it's not tied down to where it is. The line continues eastward through Navarro County as well. So you folks in Corsicana, I would say in another 10 minutes or so, you're going to start experiencing the weather really go downhill very quickly. Intense rain coming down now on the east side of Italy. That's 2-inch-per-hour rainfall rates there. Cloud-to-ground lightning that is lighting up the night sky as we speak. And that line continues down to the south through Mertens, west, and into the Waco area at this point in time. So the entire length of this line of storms under severe thunderstorm warnings. The good news is that the winds don't appear to be quite as strong or destructive as they were about an hour or two ago when we were getting those 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts. It looks like now they're topping off more around 70 miles an hour in gusts as they continue to move eastward. Also, no indications of any large hail embedded within this line. If it is hailing where you are, it's likely small hail that's not going to cause damage. So pennies, dimes, and nickels for the most part here. We're not seeing any indications, at least by Doppler radar, of anything that would be bigger than that. But the other thing is, too, aside from this one area here in Fannin County and northwestern Lamar County, we're not seeing any organized areas of rotation. This tornado warning, though, will continue for at least the next 5 or 10 minutes. Sumner, 7:49, your estimated arrival time. Paris, 7:56. And Sulphur Springs kind of appears to be odd okay, we've done a track all along the leading edge here. So my apologies there. For the leading edge of this line of storms would be Sumner 749, Paris 756, Sulphur Springs 806, and Clarksville at 834. In Clarksville area, this would be round 2 for you as you got hit by that pretty intense storm a little bit earlier today. We continue down the line here, and the leading edge now is affecting the Lake Tawakoni area, Terrell, Kaufman, Rosser, Ennis, all in the thick of it. So you get about 20 to at most 30 minutes of really intense weather, high wind, very heavy rain, lots of lightning, some tiny hail, some small hail, and then things really start to calm down. But Wills Point, your arrival time, 7:47. We've got an ETA in Seymour of 8:02. Canton, 8:10. Winnsboro, 8:26. And Mineola at 8:31 this evening. And the leading edge looking a little bit more ragged here, a little less organized than what it was earlier this afternoon and early this evening, but it packs a punch, that's for sure. We could still be seeing wind gusts 60 to maybe up to 70 miles an hour. And same story down to the south here, from Ennis to Frost to Hubbard to West. You're getting some really, really high rainfall rates now. Cloud-to-ground lightning activity and some very strong gusty winds. So we'll do an arrival time here, moving east at roughly about 45 miles an hour, would put it in Corsicana at 7:53. So that's roughly in about 10 minutes from now. Angus at 8, Gun Barrel City at 8:12. Malakoff at 8:27, and Athens at 8:40 this evening. That's the arrival of the leading edge here. And you can see these arrival times change each time we do a track because the line is not steady state. It's not moving at a constant 45 miles an hour. Sometimes it decelerates, sometimes it accelerates, and then the shape of the line changes as well. And as the shape of the line changes, that will affect the arrival time in certain locations. Allie?
This is why I made sure my neighbors all grabbed their trash cans today, Dan. This happened earlier in Allen. Everyone's trash can down the block from those stronger winds. Check that out.
Yeah, and you know, that's just one problem we're going to have tonight, Allie. You may be looking for your trampoline or
this is the least
fence.
of a lot of folks' worries for sure.
Yeah, and of course, you know, when things like trash can lids and tree branches break off, they're flying through the air at 70 and 80 miles an hour. They become missiles. And then they can bust out windows, and a lot of times the majority of our injuries in storms like this, it's people outside that get hit by this debris that's flying through the air. It's very, very dangerous, and that's why we urge people to stay inside as this line is moving through, and not to get on the roadway either. You certainly don't want to be traveling around in this if you live in Kaufman or down in Rice or Corsicana or the Hubbard area, because the teeth of this line of storms is now moving through those areas. The most intense part, with the highest wind gusts, the heaviest rain, and even the potential still to produce an isolated tornado or two. We believe we've already seen that in a few instances. Obviously, it's going to take the National Weather Service going out there, but I believe we've seen enough visual evidence with photographs and especially video clips to see the swirling motion that we could very well have had a few gustnados and spin-up tornadoes as this line of thunderstorms has been moving through. Severe thunderstorm warnings are outlined in yellow here, so that includes all of Hopkins County, all of Hunt County, Rains County, Van Zandt County, at least western and northwestern portions of Henderson County right now, including the Gun Barrel City area. There certainly looks like there could be some hail falling right around the Terrell area there in Kaufman County, where we're picking up some of those darker red colors, likely an indication of some hail there. Probably dimes, nickels, maybe up to the size of quarters, but that's good news. We've not really had much of that really large destructive hail, other than the supercells that developed earlier in the afternoon. That was the prelude to the big event here, and with a couple of those supercells, we did see over golf ball sized hail. If you live farther west, McKinney, Plano, Denton, Louisville, Colleyville, Fort Worth, even downtown Dallas now. Yes, it is still raining in these locations, but the severe weather threat is pretty much all over with behind the main line of storms. In fact, the rain has now ended out towards Mineral Wells in Weatherford. You folks were hit very hard late this afternoon. We showed that courtesy of Chad Casey as he was moving through Mineral Wells in the Weatherford area. Very high winds did cause some wind damage in those communities in both Palo Pinto and Parker counties. And just some spotty light rain now falling back to the west around Morgan Mill, Stephenville into the Walnut Springs area. But still pretty intense farther east of there as you head over towards west. Hubbard in southeastern Hill County still under a severe thunderstorm warning, as is Corsicana. Notice a little bit of outflow here, that thin green line. That's the thunderstorm outflow or the gust front itself. So you'll feel temperatures likely drop several degrees. The winds will pick up. There won't be any rain, but then just a few minutes behind that, you'll see the rain really pick up in intensity as the squall line itself moves through that particular location. But pretty intense weather going on right now around the Kaufman area in Kaufman County. Some small hail, torrential downpours there, and also some high wind gusts. Don't think we're seeing those really high-end wind gusts that we were seeing earlier of 70, 75, 80 miles an hour. They're probably going to top out around 65 to 70 now in gusts, with some of the strongest activity here as it continues to push off to the east. Allie?
So, Dan, we are still monitoring the potential for some rotation in our cell that is close to the Red River that's moving into Lamar County now. There are two different areas of rotation we're watching. At this point, this is still very far from our radar, but even if we do not have any tornado development, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds remain a big concern. We likely have some very strong winds moving through Pecan Gap right now. If you notice the movement on that, it's more east-northeast. Same goes for our cell that's pushing into Paris. So a lot of this activity, if you're from Powderly south into Paris, Bairdstown, and even Cooper, expect those winds to really start to intensify here over the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, we'll have to watch that. You notice it's coming into Cooper there, and it looks like it's starting to bow out maybe a little bit. We also see perhaps a little bit of a bow there or a little appendage around the Paris area. So rotation still evident within this portion of the line here. So there still is the potential for a spin-up tornado as it moves through Lamar County there, and could be some high winds now moving towards the Cooper area here. And that likely is some hail around Pecan Gap there. More than likely some small hail, but nevertheless, it's probably some dimes, some pennies, some nickels coming out of that portion of the storm. Heading farther south, the line has now reached Cumbie. David Weatherby, our longtime weather tracker in Cumbie, so he'll likely get a measured wind gust for us out of that one as it's moving, kind of chugging right along Interstate 30 there in Hunt County, east of Greenville now. It's moving through the Lake Tawakoni area. Lone Oak, we are also seeing some pretty intense weather moving through there. Same story down into Kaufman County here. Terrell, Kaufman, Rosser. We're talking wind gusts more than likely in the 50 to 60 mile an hour range for the most part, but the highest wind gust in isolated cases could reach 70 miles an hour in a few of these storms as they move off to the east. Doesn't look quite as impressive as it did when we were routinely getting wind gusts of 70 miles an hour or greater here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area when it came through earlier. Ennis, some very heavy rain, lots of cloud-to-ground lightning lighting up the sky there on the east and southeast side of Waxahachie right now. Our severe thunderstorm warnings cover all of Navarro County, including Eureka, Kearns, Corsicana, and the Richland area down through Wortham. Back into Hubbard, southeastern Hill County, same story there. But it doesn't take long for this line of storms to move through, probably at most about 30 minutes. So you get 30 minutes of really, really intense stuff. And then once that happens and once it moves through, then it's just rain and the temperatures really drop off. The atmosphere cools, it stabilizes, and your severe weather threat pretty much goes away. And that's what we've seen now happen in Dallas. McKinney, Plano, Denton, Fort Worth, all of those cities and communities we've seen our severe weather, the worst of it, pass us by now to the east. Allie?
So we are still monitoring for those Boeing features, Dan. It appears that our southern counties, we've had, wind gust potential closer to 60 miles an hour, but that 60 to 70 is likely still going to be a concern for our far northern zones, Cumbie north to Cooper, as well as Paris. Weak rotation continues in a few spots across Lamar County. National Weather Service still getting measured gusts on the order of 60 miles an hour. The good news is that they are letting the tornado warning expire in about 10 minutes. They're still watching the cell on the Delta Lamar line. So that's the other one that we were talking about here that's moving away from Pecan Gap. Still some weak rotation there, but the severe thunderstorm warning will continue. Damaging winds remain the biggest concern here for at least the next half hour or so. If you are ahead of this in Bairdstown, Paris, and even up towards Blossom, those 60+ mile an hour gusts are going to remain a concern here.
Video clip, Allie, from near Texas Motor Speedway when the storms were moving through there. Julie, one of our viewers, sharing this with you. There, if you just saw that, that was a power flash. So that's those really, really high winds knocking out either a transformer there or perhaps downing a power line, and that's what we call a power flash. That was a very vivid illustration of that. That happened as the storms were moving through Texas Motor Speedway, far north Fort Worth, area, when the line was even stronger. We were getting wind gusts at that point in time of 70 to close to 80 miles an hour. So our thanks to Julie, a viewer out near Texas Motor Speedway, for sharing that video clip with us. So the tornado watch continues essentially if you live along the line of storms here. So Paris, Cooper, eastern Hunt County, the Lake Tawakoni area, Kaufman, into eastern Ellis County. Still a threat of tornadoes from this line eastward. The expiration of the watch is at 10 o'clock tonight. We don't see the tornado threat, though, lasting that long in these areas along the line, because it's only going to take about 30 minutes or so at most for the most intense part of the line to move through. And once that happens, then we really don't see the threat of tornadoes. Behind this line, it's just rain now falling in Sherman, Denison, Bonham, McKinney, Plano, downtown Dallas. The rain kind of tapers off as you head west of Fort Worth, back into Weatherford and Mineral Wells, although we're seeing some more light rain that'll be spreading into those areas from the southwest. We're going to continue to see that on and off rain overnight into very early Friday morning. We're really not worried about that at all. What we're concerned about is just this line, getting this line through. Once that line moves through, then most of us will be in the clear for the remainder of tonight. But severe thunderstorm warnings continue up and down that line of activity here. Our squall line, wind gusts probably topping out around 60 to 65 miles an hour in most cases. We don't appear to be seeing those real high-end 75 and 80 mile an hour wind gusts that we were witnessing when it barreled through the Metroplex a little bit earlier in the evening and through Palo Pinto and Parker counties during the late afternoon hours. I'll step out of the way. You can see where you are in relation to the line of storms. So in Athens, you're still awaiting the line. Same story in Kearns. Canton, it's getting very close to you. You'll see that line pushing into Canton probably in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Those winds will pick up along with the rain. Looks pretty impressive up around Cooper there in Delta County. It could be bowing out a little bit. There's certainly also a sign of at least some small hail falling where you're seeing those really bright red colors there. A lot of cloud to ground lightning. These are each individual lightning strikes there, but could be some high winds now blowing through the Cooper area and Delta County, easily in excess of 60 miles an hour. And our tornado warning continues here, although it looks like the rotating part of that storm is just about out of the polygon. And I can hear Allie telling me there's just a few more minutes and then it will expire. And I don't believe they have an intention right now of extending that tornado warning. So that's good news. The rotation weakening with this portion of the line of storms here, but it is pretty intense just south of there right now, and it is bowing out, so that could be a sign of some enhanced winds, certainly over 60 miles an hour in that part of the storm. Back behind there, we're really not worried anymore about severe weather across all the Metroplex right now. We're on the safe side of this line of storms. Temperatures have cooled off considerably. It's still raining out there, but the atmosphere has cooled, it's stabilized, and we don't really see any more threat of severe weather. But the threat will continue along and east of this line of storms probably for another couple of hours here. Once we get to 10 o'clock, most of North Texas should be behind this line of thunderstorms. Far eastern portions of the area, it may take until as late as 11 o'clock to clear it through. But based on what we're seeing on radar right now, I think we can probably sound the all clear for most of us by about 10 o'clock tonight. But for this time, we continue to track this line very closely for gusty winds. And you're pointing out something here, Allie?
Yeah, you know, we're still watching this portion of the line, Dan. You can even see a little bit of broad rotation as this moves through due east. So at this point, I'd say this is our one area where we likely have the strongest winds moving through portions of North Texas. So north of Cooper, right along the Lamar and Delta County line, I feel is probably some of that stronger wind that we've been seeing so far tonight. This is moving east-northeast, so much more of this will impact Lamar County than Delta County, and this is the one area that the National Weather Service is still watching for at least rotation potential.
Yeah, and that will likely at least be an enhanced area of winds where we see wind gusts of 60 to 65 miles an hour, perhaps up to 70 miles an hour, and it's heading up towards Highway 271 here. So certainly Delta County and southern portions of Lamar County appear to be in for the potential of some strong, if not destructive, straight line winds there. Looks pretty healthy as well on the west side of Sulphur Springs right now. Notice the line appears to be bowing out a little bit there, so there could be some very strong gusty winds blowing right along the interstate here, I-30 in Hopkins County. And anytime we see that, we worry about especially high-profile vehicles, tractor trailers, SUVs, for the potential of those high winds, in some cases tipping those larger trucks over. We've seen and had reports of that happening already on some of our highways and interstates through the course of the late afternoon and evening hours. The line breaks up a little bit as you head down into Rains County here around the Emory area, and so it doesn't look quite as intense. Heading down through Wills Point, yep, very heavy rain, but we don't see a high wind potential like we're seeing up now to the north of there. And also the cloud to ground lightning activity appears to be diminishing just a little bit in these areas as well. But there still certainly could be the potential for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts through much of Van Zandt County as the line continues to head off to the east. And notice it looks pretty sharp here, that reflectivity gradient, so we could see another sign of some very strong gusty winds on the east side of I-45, just east of Corsicana, and this will be moving towards Kearns here in the next few minutes. And then after that, it will be moving towards the Cedar Creek Reservoir area as well. And our line continues south of there through Richland and Wortham into the Mejia areas. Looks a little ragged along the leading edge there, but still could see some strong gusty winds, perhaps 50 to maybe up to 60 miles an hour in gusts with that part of the line. Let's expand the view here real quickly in case folks are just joining our coverage right now. The good news I can tell you is the Metroplex is now on the backside of this intense line of thunderstorm activity. So our severe weather threat here in the Metroplex is pretty much over with. But if you live anywhere along this squall line here and points east, you're still certainly not out of it at all. We have the potential for some more very high wind gusts and the potential for an isolated tornado or two to spin up along the leading edge of this line. And for that reason, our tornado watch will continue until 10 o'clock this evening, at least for areas along and east of this line of thunderstorms. We don't see a tornado threat any longer west of this line, where the air has cooled off into the 50s and the wind gusts have really come down, and the rainfall rates too have decreased quite a bit for the most part. We're still getting some moderate downpours up around Sherman and the bottom areas, but again, looks to us that the strongest part of the line right now has shifted to the north, up here in Lamar County, into Delta County, Hopkins County, hail embedded within that line. And you notice as well, the line bowing out in a couple locations here. That's often a sign of strong winds causing the line to accelerate in those areas. Allie?
We have another great video from a viewer we want to show you in Arlington. Look to the right as we put this in motion. They're driving down the road. There is a transformer on fire. You can actually see that bright orange and red, and then a big old explosion. There we go. So that was in Arlington earlier today. Luckily, they were okay. Very scary situation there, but the damaging wind threat continues for a lot of us. So many areas reporting power outages, close to 300,000 folks impacted by these power outages, Dan. And on top of that, we're getting more information in other areas like Greenville in Hunt County, along with significant damage to structure in downtown Greenville, several areas with power outages in and around Hunt County, as well as that intense rain has moved out of Hunt County and is now into parts of Delta and Hopkins. Specifically, what moved through Greenville and Cumbie is now pretty much heading into Sulphur Springs over the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, not quite out of the woods yet. I think that we've seen some of the worst weather, though, pass behind us, but we still need to get through the next hour or two until this line clears our eastern counties as well. And we are getting a little bit of hail mixed in here. You notice these bright red colors. They're usually indicative of at least some small hail, pennies and dimes and nickels in far southern Lamar County. Same story here on the west side of Sulphur Springs. That's not really going to cause any damage, though. It's when it reaches about 1.5 inches or so in diameter, the size of a $50 or bigger. That's when we start to get concerned about some windows at least cracking, if not breaking. But the smaller hail, generally speaking, we don't see that. And so we're not getting too many reports of damage from hail, which is good news. We're getting plenty of reports, though, of damage from these very high winds. The line continues from just west now of Sulphur Springs into the Emory area, Wills Point, over towards Kemp. Rosser, Rice in the thick of it right now with some intense rain and also quite a bit of cloud and ground lightning activity. The line continues to kind of move off to the east at about 40 to 45 miles an hour, but it's not steady state. And of course, you know, the line kind of zigzags a little bit as well. And so it's difficult for us to give a precise estimate on when the storm, at least the leading edge of it, will reach where you live. Kearns 8:14 estimated arrival time. Gun Barrel City 8:17. Malakoff at 8:30. Athens at 8:42. And Brownsboro at a couple minutes before 9 o'clock tonight is when we anticipate that intense leading edge of the line of storms to reach those locations. We've had a few reports so far of what apparently could have been some brief tornado touchdowns. In all likelihood, they were spin-up tornadoes. But we've also seen plenty of video as well of what these high winds have done with the swirling debris in the air. Had some reports of very large hail earlier in the afternoon, but fortunately that has died down considerably. Warnings continue here for Van Zandt County, including Van, Grand Saline, and Canton for probably the next half hour to 45 minutes. That's about all it takes for the line. I think really at most 30 minutes for the core of this squall line to move through any one location. So you get 30 minutes of weather that you really need to be in a safe location for. And then once that passes through, then things improve greatly. Yep, it's still raining in Dallas and DeSoto and Waxahachie and Plano and McKinney, but we are no longer concerned about severe weather occurring in any of those locations behind the main line of storms. Wow. Storms continue to the north of there, up in Sulphur Springs and into Lamar County as well. Did we get, I think our tornado warning now has finally, yeah, it has expired, so we don't have to worry about that any longer as well. The rotation has diminished enough that the National Weather Service has let that expire. So just wind, rain, and some small hail now impacting Lamar County, in particular the Paris area. On the east side of Cooper is where the worst weather is there, moving through eastern Delta County, and it's just getting ready to move into Sulphur Springs. So if you're watching us now in Sulphur Springs, no doubt that rain is really going to pick up in the next couple of minutes. You're likely going to hear at least a little small hail, and no doubt you're hearing the thunder from the cloud-to-ground lightning strikes that are going on just off to your west. So the line there is even more narrow, so it's probably only going to take about 10 or 15 minutes for the line to push through Sulphur Springs before we get improvement. Allie?
Yeah, Dan, we're still getting reports of 60 to 70 mile an hour gusts, and just recently in Navarro County, 74 mile an hour measured gust as that heads into Henderson. So I'll show you that, but it's those winds that are causing things such like this. This is from a viewer in Fort Worth. Check out the transformers from earlier. Now, keep in mind, when this line was moving through Fort Worth, we did have 70 to 80 mile an hour gusts. So these storms are still producing that kind of wind and can still cause that kind of damage. And specifically, I'm going to head south now into towards really Gun Barrel City and Maybank area. So it's this bowing feature where we had some of those stronger winds moving into Gun Barrel City, moving into the area of Toole, and even south toward Kearns, eventually Eustis, Malakoff. I think that's where some of the stronger winds will be within this portion of that severe storm.
Yeah, it certainly does look more impressive there on radar. Notice the actual echo here is bowing out a bit, and it's usually right at the apex of that bow that's being caused as stronger winds are causing the line to accelerate more so in that particular location. So winds could easily be in excess of 60 miles an hour, maybe as high as 70, and it looks like the apex of that bow is going to be aimed right at the Gun Barrel City and Toole areas here around Cedar Creek Reservoir. So you folks living all around the reservoir down there, you're going to be in for some very strong gusty winds as the core and the leading edge, for that matter, of the squall line blow through there. So you're going to get 15 to 20, 25 minutes of very heavy weather here, and then things will calm down a little bit. But the worst is now coming in your direction here in this portion of northwestern Henderson County. Not quite as impressive as you head north of there into Van Zandt County up towards Canton and Grand Saline. The winds don't appear to be as impressive along the leading edge of the line, although we go a little farther north of there and you notice it's a little bit of a bow there around Seymour, south of the Sulphur Springs area, where that could be a little bit of an enhanced area of strong gusty winds. Likely some small hail coming down here in the core of the line of storms moving through Lamar County. And the good news is that as this shrinks a little bit, that means that instead of going through, let's say, 30 minutes of really heavy weather, it's probably only going to be about 10 to 15 minutes up here in Lamar County before things start to improve. And you get back into Leonard and Bonham, the Greenville and Farmersville area, this is just rain coming down now on the back side of the line itself. We're not seeing the real intense heavy wind that we're seeing along the leading edge here. So our severe weather threat continues for roughly the eastern quarter now of North Texas. About 3/4 of us have seen the worst come and go. So that's good news. That includes all of the Metroplex now. You've seen the worst weather already pass by to the east, although it was really bad when it was moving through early this evening. There's no question about that. We continue to not be out of the woods here, though, for our eastern counties. Paris, down through Delta County, Sulphur Springs, Emory, Seymour, Wills Point, Canton, Van, Grand Saline, you are all still in the thick of it with a threat of very high winds. Still could see a tornado or two spun up along the leading edge here, and the warnings continue farther south of there through all of Navarro County, much of Henderson County, not quite as far east as Palestine yet, but just a matter of time before we see that as well. Mejia, Fairfield, Richland, you are all in severe thunderstorm warnings for these high wind gusts. Allie?
Recently, Dan, we had a 76-mile-an-hour gust in Corsicana.
Wow.
The National Weather Service will introduce new severe thunderstorm warnings to include the rest of Henderson as well as Anderson counties. So it's just a matter of a couple of minutes before the entire counties are covered in those severe thunderstorm warnings for the damaging winds.
Yeah, and you know, that's the benefit of having an official measuring site like the one that we do at the airport there at Corsicana, is we can get a true read on what these winds are doing here. And so oftentimes when these lines of storms move through more rural areas, there are fewer official observing sites. But as Allie just said, we had a 76-mile-an-hour wind gust reported, measured at Corsicana, and so that's one of those higher end wind gusts. So now the threat for higher winds has been extended farther east through Navarro County, into Henderson County, down through the Fairfield and Palestine area. That said, that doesn't mean that everybody along the leading edge of this line of storms is going to see over 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. No, those wind gusts top out at about 75 miles an hour or so in isolated instances. Most of us that are going to see this line of thunderstorms move through are going to see winds of 50 to 55 to 60 miles an hour. That's still very, very strong. It's those higher end 70 to 75 mile an hour wind gusts that are more isolated in nature. But we did see it move through Corsicana there, and that is heading off to the east as the line of storms continues pushing to the east at a roughly 45-mile-per-hour clip. We did highlight this area, though, 5 to 10 minutes ago. It's bowing out here, northwestern Henderson County. Cedar Creek Reservoir area. Wouldn't be surprised at all if we are seeing 70-mile-an-hour winds impact this portion of northwestern Henderson County as well. That includes places like Toole and Gun Barrel City, perhaps as far north as Kemp, and down towards the Log Cabin area as well. You're going to be seeing these very high winds hit your vicinity here in about 5 minutes or so as the line is moving east at about a 45-mile-an-hour clip. We head a little farther north here, Van Zandt County, Canton, Wills Point, Grand Saline, all in that severe thunderstorm warning. And the same story goes as you head farther northward into Seymour and Sulphur Springs in severe thunderstorm warnings. And rain really gets heavy, and perhaps even some small hail mixed in up around Lamar County, especially in the south side of Paris right now. This is all pushing off to the east-northeast. Allie?
So at this point, nothing new from the National Weather Service. We do not have any areas of rotation that we're concerned with. It is still a damaging wind threat, 60 to 70 miles an hour possible, really in all of these cells as they move through our eastern and southeastern zones. We will continue to monitor a few of these spots, like near Gun Barrel City, where some of those areas have reported some higher gusts at this point in time. So our severe thunderstorm warnings continue for Navarro, Limestone, parts of Limestone, Freestone, Henderson, Anderson, Van Zandt County, as well as Hopkins and Delta and Lamar and Red River. So it's our east and southeastern zones, Dan. Those behind this initial line, we still have some pockets of heavy rain, but nothing severe at this point. The severe threat really has come to an end behind that initial line. So it's our far east and southeastern zones that remain concerned here. That's our main concern for the next couple of hours. The tornado watch does officially go until 10 o'clock, but it's the damaging wind threat for sure that will continue to be an issue here for our east and southeastern counties for a couple more hours. Getting reports, let's see, of some roof damage to the City Hall in Honey Grove in Fannin County. So that happened about an hour ago. So we will continue, as folks are now getting out back behind this line. We're going to keep getting numerous damage reports, I'm sure, of that across North Texas.
Yeah, and unfortunately, in a situation like that, you know, I'm sure there are many people behind this line of storms that suffered at least some minor roof damage and just a few holes in your roof. And with rain falling, that can lead to additional damage as that rain comes through those holes in the roof and you know, comes into your attic, maybe the second floor. If it's a one-story home, it's going to be getting other things wet. So unfortunately, yes, it is kind of a 1-2 punch. You get the very strong winds, the severe weather, and that moves through, and then it's raining behind that. So if you don't suffer any damage, good. If you have sustained some damage to your roof, then obviously you've got still rain behind that to contend with. But we don't see a severe weather threat behind the line here. Sherman, Denison, Bonham, down southward through Collin County into Dallas County. But the severe weather threat does continue along the line of the squall line itself, which is quite ragged in appearance here. In some areas, it's bowing out, and when it bows out, oftentimes it's a sign of some enhanced strong winds, and that could be going on right now just east of Sulphur Springs, for instance, up in Hopkins County. It was bowing out a bit here in northwestern Henderson County around the Cedar Creek Reservoir area. Lots of cloud-to-ground lightning, certainly lighting up the night sky there. Very heavy rain. This portion of the line could certainly be generating 60, maybe up to 70-mile-an-hour winds. Keep in mind, we just measured about 10 minutes ago a 76-mile-an-hour wind gust in Corsicana. Now, just looking at it from a radar standpoint, the signature itself, we probably would have guessed it would have been a little bit less than that, but the winds were measured there at 76 miles an hour as it swept through that portion of Navarro County. And so those high winds will continue to move eastbound here through at least east central Navarro County. More torrential rain falling from Richland down towards the Mejia vicinity here. Could be some very small hail, some dimes, some pennies, some nickels embedded within the very heavy rain. Fortunately, we're not showing any signs of organized rotation here. So at this point in time, there's no tornado warnings in effect. It's just severe thunderstorm warnings. That said, we still do have the tornado watch that continues along this line of storms and for points east through 10 o'clock tonight, as we could still see the potential for a couple of tornadoes to spin up. Heading westbound into Tarrant County, Johnson County, Ellis County, Dallas County, we're just seeing plain cool rain now falling. The winds have really slackened off quite a bit. And you go farther west, and the rain periodically ends. It ended for a little while in the Weatherford area. We've got some more shower activity moving through, and we're going to continue to see this on again, off again rain continue as late as midnight, probably even a little bit later than that, especially to our north and northeast. But we're not expecting any additional severe weather through the late night or overnight period. This is basically, this is the game here. Once this moves through, then we're done in terms of a severe weather threat. So we're getting there. It's now in our northeastern and eastern counties. It's cleared the entire Metroplex here, but we still have at least another hour, maybe 2 hours to go until this line clears all of the remaining portion of North Texas. In some instances, we are still getting some of those high-end wind gusts, but for the most part, the winds gusting along this line are in the neighborhood of about 50 to 55, maybe up to 60 miles an hour. But as we just witnessed here, occasionally you can get a stronger wind gust. We did that in Corsicana of 76 miles an hour. Allie?
Yeah, just literally about 30 seconds ago, a 56-mile-an-hour gust measured at Paris. So they are now pretty much on the back end of that stronger thunderstorm at this point. So those are still very strong. That's just under severe criteria. We could again see some gusts pulse up a little bit higher than that, but odds are it's the stronger portion of that cell is moving into Red River County.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and give the folks at home a bigger view, Allie, of what's going on here, all of North Texas. Here's the good news. Again, that's our intense squall line that extends from Paris all the way down on the east side of Waco right now. On the west side of there, the severe weather threat is over with. So that includes all the highly populated areas around Dallas and Fort Worth, although the damage has already been done. There has been numerous reports of wind damage and power outages as well. We're up to about 300,000 now without power. We showed you the video there not too long ago, the live shot, I should say, around Bishop Arts. The power was all out in that portion, the Bishop Arts district just south of downtown Dallas. And there are many communities throughout North Texas that have had power out at one point or another as the line of storms has moved through. And unfortunately, in some cases, it may take a while to get your power back on because utility crews are going to have their hands full because of the widespread nature of these very, very strong winds and the squall line that moved through the area. But the good news I can tell you is that we don't expect any additional severe weather in the Metroplex or points west for the remainder of tonight. It's still raining, though, and we'll continue to see this on again, off again rain, especially between now and midnight tonight. Once we get beyond midnight, it will have a tendency to be moving off to our north and northeast. But still some very heavy weather to get through here on our eastern flank, east and southeast of the Metroplex. Severe thunderstorm warnings still continue all up and down this line of storms here. Winds for the most part are going to be in that 55 to 60 mile an hour range in gusts, but occasionally we will see 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts with some of the stronger enhanced areas of wind in isolated portions of this line of storms. Now, that was one of the isolated cases that we saw in Corsicana. We saw a measured wind gust top out over 75 miles an hour there when it moved through. There's a look again a little farther northward at the line as it continues from Van Zandt County on up towards the Paris area of Lamar County. Paris just gusted to 56 miles an hour. You folks now are on the back side of the line now, and so the winds are going to be diminishing, although the rain is going to continue for a while yet up in Lamar County, but it looks like the worst of the weather is over there with the line now just off to your east. Allie?
So very good news is that we're still not seeing any major rotation in these cells. Weak rotation in Lamar County, shifting into Red River County, but it is very weak and generally mid and upper level at this point from the National Weather Service. This is still a 50 to 60 mile an hour wind threat as it moves towards Clarksville here over the next few minutes. Wherever you see these deep shades of red, that's where we have some small hail potential and the stronger winds on the leading edge of this line. So this will keep heading out of North Texas and into far East Texas here over the next couple of hours near Alba, Quitman, the stronger winds moving through those areas here momentarily. Also Grand Saline down into Canton. Heavy rainfall, some gusty winds, but no damaging wind gust observations at this point in this portion of Van Zandt County. Good news there. Still coming down strong around Gun Barrel City, the city of Toole, moving into Eustis and Malakoff right now. This has been where we've had some of the stronger gusts here, Henderson and Navarro County, Eureka to Kearns. So likely 60 to 65 mile an hour gusts remain possible in this area currently.
Yeah, Allie, we're going to show a video clip again from earlier today. This was Weatherford. There's the debris blowing off the roof there. No doubt those were large sections of shingles. Our thanks to Chad Casey, our storm chaser, who captured this video. There's the courthouse. Many are familiar with that, right in the heart of Weatherford there. And that the winds were whipping up there at least 70 miles an hour. We did have a measured wind gust of, I believe, 72 miles an hour just west of there at Mineral Wells. I'm sure we had 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts in that portion of Parker County as well. And you'll see that, boom, there it is, the power flash there as the winds either knocked out a transformer or a power line. And in this case, knocking out the power meant that the traffic lights were no longer working. And there's another shot of the debris that was blowing airborne after this storm swept through there. Here's a look at Doppler radar now. Again, our severe storms continue for eastern and northeastern portions of North Texas. Our severe weather threat has ended across all of the Metroplex, but the line continues from up in eastern Lamar County down through Canton, Gun Barrel City, into Richland. More than likely, what you're going to see along the leading edge here are wind gusts of 50 to 55, maybe occasionally up to 60. In a few isolated cases, we could see those 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts. We saw one of those most recently in Corsicana. Our wind gusts in Paris as it blew through there was about 56 miles an hour. Torrential rain coming down, not seeing any signs of large hail. That is good news. The hail that's accompanying this line right now is very small. It's pea size. It's the size of pennies and dimes, probably not bigger than that. We're also not seeing any signs of any organized rotation. So yes, the tornado watch continues, but we are not seeing any indications right now of a tornado threat with this line of storms as it continues to move eastbound here. That's just rain falling farther west in Collin County, Denton County, Dallas County. The only problems that's going to cause is a little bit of additional flooding in roadways. And if you were one of those unfortunate folks that may have had damage to the roof with some holes in the roof, that could certainly lead to some leaks in your roof there. And unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about that. That rain is going to continue in those areas for at least another couple of hours until we get in the backside of this system and the moisture starts lifting off to our north and east. But warnings continue here down through Henderson County. It's really been a clean sweep today. I believe every single county in North Texas now has been placed under at least a severe thunderstorm warning, in some cases a tornado warning. Allie?
Dan, getting some information from MedStar in Fort Worth. 21 motor vehicle crashes earlier today with those storms, 3 rollovers, including one involving an 18-wheeler. At this point, just from MedStar, 4 patients transported to area hospitals from the line that moved through Fort Worth earlier.
Yeah, and we want to caution you too, if you're going to go out now and venture out, maybe you've got an errand that you absolutely positively have to run, keep in mind that it may not be safe out there. There could be a lot of debris in those roadways. In some cases, roads could be blocked by power lines or trees or debris. There still could be some localized flooding. So yes, even though the severe weather threat may have passed you by, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be safe travels. There's a lot of perils oftentimes that can await you in the wake of these storms here. And many folks end up getting injured in the wake of the storms itself. And please be very, very careful. If there are downed live wires, stay well clear from those areas as well, especially with the wet roadways that we have. But we still do have these severe thunderstorm warnings that continue for eastern Lamar County down through the Sulphur Springs area, Mineola, Canton, wind gusts generally about in the 50 to maybe 60 mile an hour range, with most of that. In a few cases, we may go a little bit higher than that. Don't see any indications of large hail. Same stories we head down to the south of there. We're generally talking about just a wind threat with this line of storms as it continues to move through the area. It is bowing out just a bit there, just to the southwest of Athens. So if there are some wind gusts in excess of 60 miles an hour, that could be a sight there. But for the most part, the weather situation now compared to what it was a couple of hours ago is settling down. We're not seeing these really high wind gust threats here. and we don't have any tornado warnings in effect either. So for that reason, we're going to wrap up our coverage now as of 8:30. We'll be back along, breaking on the air if we need to. Otherwise, we'll be back at 9 o'clock for Fox 4 News at 9 p.m. It's been a privilege for Allie and I to lead the weather coverage here. Our thanks to everyone working behind the scenes helping us out as well. Stay with Fox. We'll keep you forewarned.